From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC network. Today's conference doubleheader features the Mavericks of Mercy College taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins, and we ask that you turn your attention to the field on your screen right now as our Senior Day presentation is underway. We will turn up our microphones, and my broadcast partner, Nick Durst, and I will remain quiet. Of course, this is Joe Foreman here on CSI Sportsnet, but once again, as the Senior Day ceremony takes place, we'll turn our attention there, and when Nick and I come back, we will have the start of Mavericks and Dolphins here on the ECC network.
Our next senior has played for the Dolphins for 3 seasons. In her time with CSI, she has appeared in 82 games, pitched in 38. She holds a career of .308 batting and a slugging percentage of .369. This senior has logged just about 150 innings and has 80 strikeouts. She currently holds an impressive 3.92 cumulative GPA with plans to graduate later this month with a bachelor's degree in English. This senior will leave behind a great legacy as a Dolphin, as she currently serves on the CSI Athletics Hall of Fame committee. And now let's hear it for your third senior residing in Ronkonkoma, New York, number 14, Jackie Cateridge. Our fourth senior only has been a Dolphin for 2 seasons. She has started in 56 games in her career at CSI, has collected 37 hits, and has an on-base percentage of .314. Academically, this senior currently has a 3.24 cumulative GPA with plans to graduate this spring with a bachelor's in chemistry. She comes to us all the way from Arizona and has been a mainstay in the lineup in her 2 years at CSI. Now let's hear it for your fourth senior, number 2, Izzy Gallo. Our final senior has been a part of the CSI softball team for her entire college career. This senior is carrying a career .332 batting average, 88 hits, and .484 slugging percentage, and a .917 fielding percentage. Not only is she a standout player, but also a standout student. She currently has a 3.5 cumulative GPA and will be graduating later this month with a bachelor's degree in psychology. This senior truly defines the meaning of student athlete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your final senior, hailing from Ronkonkoma, New York, number 5, Samantha McPherson.
Joe Foreman and Nick Durst rejoining you from the CSI Softball Complex, where the Dolphins get set to take on the Mercy College Mavericks. And Nick, our Senior Day ceremony has concluded. Once again, another Senior Day in the books. You and I have covered more than one of these in the past, and for several of these Dolphins who we celebrate here on this Senior Day, they have made a major impact on this program. 3 players who are part of this team for 3 seasons, 2 more that were part of this Dolphins team for 2 seasons. And Senior Day is something we certainly look forward to every year.
Joe, it's always a great day, but also bittersweet. It's definitely sad for a lot of these players, but very excited to be on the call here and bring the game to you. And the umpires are walking in now, so won't be too long now before we get underway.
We are scheduled for a 12 p.m. first pitch, so we have about 10 minutes to go until the start of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Mavericks. But taking a look at the tenures of the 5 CSI seniors ahead of first pitch, we'll start with the Dolphins catcher, Isabel Gallo. And Gallo, one of those players who has only been a part of this Dolphins team for 2 seasons. However, she has started every possible game for the Dolphins during her tenure, all 22 games last season. And she will be in the starting lineup once again for Game 1 here today. And assuming she starts Game 2, she will have started all possible games for the Dolphins this season as well. So Gallo has been a fixture in the Dolphins lineup behind the plate and has been a mainstay in the middle of the CSI lineup for the last 2 seasons. Taking a look down the list, we go to another 2-year Dolphins senior, Nicole Rivera, who came over to CSI at the start of last season, was forced into service in the circle for CSI last year. She pitched 40 innings last year, has pitched 20 this year, but has certainly made some drastic improvements on the rubber in 2022, has cut her ERA in half, and is coming off, here at home anyway, what has arguably been her best outing of the season, giving the Dolphins some much-needed innings against the Purple Knights of the University of Bridgeport. Rivera has been a mainstay in the circle now for 2 years here at the College of Staten Island, and we may get to see her pitch today as well, as she is scheduled to be the Game 1 starter. Now, Tracy Garofalo has been known to make some late scratches ahead of first pitch, so we'll see if it is indeed Rivera who gets the start. But if it is Rivera who takes the circle, it will be the 2nd consecutive doubleheader that she has opened in the circle for the CSI Dolphins team. Now, Nick, to some seniors you're more familiar with, we start with Jacqueline Cateridge. Cateridge, a mainstay in the circle for CSI during their last season in D3. She logged a lot of innings during that season on the way to another Dolphins CUNYAC championship.
Yeah, Joe, she was tremendous, and it's a tough scenario here. New coach this year, of course, so things are all different. So you can't understate how important that veteran leadership was going into this season under a new regime. And these seniors, some of them, this is their 3rd coach in as many years.
We spoke about that a couple of broadcasts ago. This is the Dolphins' 3rd coach in as many seasons of competition. Of course, Eric Kraut was here for 2 years preceding Tracy Garofalo. He only coached 1 season of competition as the 2020 season was wiped out amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. But back to the topic of Jacqueline Cateridge, she was not only a force to be reckoned with in the circle, especially during that season back now all the way in 2019. I think I mistakenly said 2018, but in 2019, Cateridge led the Dolphins to another CUNYAC championship as Division III members. She did pitch some innings as well during the Dolphins' first Division II season of competition. That season did not go as well for her in the circle, but her bat has been a mainstay in the Dolphins lineup late this season as well. In 2022, her average is up around the 300 mark, just shy of that mark at 292. She hit 266 last year in 2021 and 343 during her first season as a Dolphin back in 2019. She has a career batting average of just over 300 and a career ERA just under 5. So Cateridge has certainly been a big part of what the Dolphins have done during her 3 seasons as a part of this team. Moving down the list, we head over to the outfield, where Claudia Porcaro has also been a fixture in this Dolphins lineup the last 3 seasons. Porcaro's best year came back in 2019, where she hit just shy of 340 with 5 home runs and 36 RBIs. Porcaro has been in a reserve role this year, though she did start all 22 games for the Dolphins last year. So Porcaro getting the start in every possible game last year for a Dolphins team that was short on bodies. But, Nick, I know you're familiar with Porcaro specifically from that 2019 season, and her bat was very important to that CSI lineup.
Very dynamic bat, one of the best in the lineup, and of course she's going to be in there today. And as you see in your screen right now, the coaches are exchanging lineup cards. So we are still about 6 minutes away here from first pitch, but umpires are viewing the cards, and we'll be getting underway here shortly.
So with just a few minutes to go before first pitch, let's talk about CSI's final senior, Samantha McPherson, a player who has been arguably the most dangerous bat in this Dolphins lineup throughout her tenure at the College of Staten Island. Certainly was last year, and the numbers attest to that, but she's hit very well this year, has in fact improved her batting average. She trails only Anissa Acosta in batting in the 2022 season. McPherson comes in hitting at .337, has hit over the 300 mark each of her 3 seasons with CSI, spanning back to 2019, and has improved her batting average each season. She's also improved her RBI total over last year, and continues to be what some would say is the most feared bat in this Dolphins lineup, certainly in the conversation with Anissa Acosta. But McPherson has been consistent throughout her tenure with CSI, and opposing pitchers certainly don't look forward to facing her.
Absolutely not, Joe. And the other thing that is, not as mentioned as much because her bat is so great is she plays really strong defensively, and we've seen her impact the game on that end quite a bit as well.
McPherson, I believe, has started just about every game of her Dolphins career over at third base. I'm not sure that she's missed more than 1 or 2 games. So McPherson, also a player who gets into the lineup every chance she is given. She has started all 33 games for the Dolphins this year, started all 22 last year, and started 33 games back in the 2019 season. So as the starting lineups are being introduced out on the field, I will bring you those starting lineups. And, Nick, I think you might have those prepared by Louis Matrone to throw up on the screen. So we'll get started with the visiting Mercy College Mavericks. Leading off is the catcher, number 41, Alexis Crawford. Batting second is the left fielder, number 9, Shannon Cisco. In the 3 spot is the designated player, number 21, Alexandra Caravias. In the cleanup spot is the first baseman, number 12, Sydney Johnston. Batting 5th is the center fielder, number 26, Haley Puglia. Batting 6th is the second baseman, number 13, Nicole Smart. Ariana Ricci plays right field, whereas number 15 will bat 7th. Victoria Sepola plays shortstop, wears number 24 and will bat 8th. And Maddie Lula, the third baseman, wears number 33 and will bat 9th. And for the home team, College of Staten Island, leading off is senior number 14, the designated player, Jacqueline Cateridge. Batting second is the first baseman, number 16, Anissa Acosta. In the 3rd spot is the third baseman, senior number 5, Sam McPherson. Batting cleanup is the shortstop, number 23, Elizabeth Moore. Batting 5th is the second baseman, number 10, Layla Aponte. Batting 6th is the catcher, senior number 2, Isabel Gallo. Batting 7th is the center fielder, number 3, Mariah Carcano. Batting 8th is the right fielder, number 26, Victoria Whalen. And batting 9th is the left fielder, number 20, Jessica Carrion. In the circle for the Mavericks is number 6, Alexi Benson. And in the circle for the College of Staten Island is senior number 17, Nicole Rivera.
And in the circle for your Dolphins.
So with the introduction of starting lineups, we will have the playing of the national anthem to follow. And with that, Nick and I will step aside and take one final break ahead of first pitch. Coming up next, Dolphins and Mavericks from the CSI Softball Complex.
You Know 'Em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know I'm Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know I'm Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know I'm Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know I'm Right.
And we are back from the CSI Softball Complex. Joe Foreman joining you alongside Nick Durst on the call from the College of Staten Island in this home finale for the Dolphins. They host the Mercy College Mavericks, and for the Mavericks, this will be their season finale. Mercy College comes in with a record of 10-35, 8-14 in the ECC. The Dolphins come in 11-23 overall, 5-15 in conference play. And as I said during the pregame, it will be Nicole Rivera in the circle. We thought there could be a late scratch, but Rivera does get the start for the Dolphins in Game 1 against the Mavericks. And the numbers for Rivera on the season are as follows. She comes in having appeared in 9 games, including 4 starts. She has pitched to a record of 0-2 with a whip of .204 and a 5.62 ERA in 18 2/3. She's allowed 31 base hits, 20 runs, 15 of those earned. She has walked 7, struck out 3, and 85 opposing batters are hitting at .365 against her.
Well, she's certainly been pretty steady this season for the Dolphins, and fitting that she'll get the start here, the last home game of the season.
Leading off for the Mavericks will be Alexis Crawford, and the first pitch she sees misses the zone for ball 1.
McPherson creeping in at third base, expecting a bunt.
Crawford comes in the Mavericks' third leading hitter at .314. She is the only Maverick to start all 45 games for Mercy College. Crawford quickly ahead in the count here, 2-0. Here comes the 2-0 from Rivera, and that's chopped on the ground to second, backhanded by Aponte, and she throws out Crawford for the game's first out.
Great job there defensively, making the easy fundamental play there, 1 away.
That will bring Shannon Cisco to the plate. Cisco comes in, the Mavericks' leader in batting, runs scored, triples, and she's quickly retired on 1 pitch for the second out.
Great job there defensively to come across to foul territory to make that catch, and 1 pitch right there to get the out. Very efficient on the mound.
Jessica Carrion making that play look easy on the run in foul territory, as Alexandra Caravallas will be the batter. And she fouls back the first pitch she sees. Caravallas comes in with just 48 at-bats on the season, 10 of 48. The 0-1 from Rivera on its way, and that's off the outside corner. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Mavericks' designated player. And the pitch from Rivera is popped up, foul territory, and out of play.
1 ball, 2 strikes now.
Nicole Rivera, with just 3 strikeouts on the season, is 1 pitch away from her 4th. And the 1-2 misses up and away. sounds like they are just getting underway over at the baseball diamond, where the Dolphins are in action against the University of Bridgeport. As the 2-2 skips in for ball 3.
If you're tuning in looking for baseball, not broadcast today, but you can follow along with the live stats provided by the ACC of CSI.
Joe Masha up at baseball, taking care of our live stats as Rivera issues the walk. That gives the Mavericks a 2-out base runner. And Sidney Johnston will be the batter. Johnston comes in hitting at .273. And she offers at that first pitch and fouls it back. Johnston comes in top 3 in OPS, doubles, RBIs, and on base percentage for the Mavericks, batting out of a cleanup spot this afternoon. And she takes low for ball 1. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Mavericks first baseman. And that pitch sails up high for ball 2. Now for viewers who tuned in looking for baseball, there may be an outside chance we bring you coverage of Game 2. That depends on when we wrap up here, but if we conclude Game 2 down here at softball before baseball begins Game 2, we're going to head up there and bring you that game as well, as that's hit out to left field, and Carrion has her second put out of the inning to retire the side. 1 base runner for the Mavericks in the top half of the first, coming on a 2-out walk. They strand that base runner, and we have no score heading to the bottom half of inning number 1. And we are back from the CSI softball complex, no score, as we enter the bottom half of the first inning. And in the circle for the Mavericks for the first time today is Alexi Benson. And Benson comes in having logged quite a few innings for Mercy College this year. She comes in having thrown 139 2/3 innings. She leads the Mavericks in appearances with 25, in starts with 22, in wins with 9 against 15 defeats, in WHIP at 1.35, in ERA at 3.16, in complete games with 17, and in shutouts with 1. 263, or I should say, opposing batters hitting 263 against her. She has faced 547 opposing batters, and that is 200 more opposing hitters than the next closest Mavericks. So Benson has been the workhorse for this Mercy College team this year. First batter she will face is Jackie Cateridge, and Cateridge bounces the first pitch she sees right back to the circle and is thrown out for the first out of the inning.
Joe, we already got some action down in the Dolphins bullpen. Perhaps going with an opener, or someone's looking to get some work in. Can't quite see who it is warming up.
It's Kelsey Strayer throwing in the Dolphins bullpen. Now, we've seen this all season long, as the Dolphins typically have someone throwing in their bullpen throughout every game. And Denisa Acosta takes the first pitch of her at bat up high for ball 1, but the Dolphins have not been shy about using 2 or 3 pitchers per game this year, and typically have someone throwing for the entirety of each game. At least here at home they have. Count even on 1 ball on Acosta at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's fouled straight back. Acosta comes in the Dolphins' leader in batting at 387 and an OPS with a 1080 mark. She also leads CSI in runs scored, in hits, doubles, home runs, RBIs, slugging, and on base percentage.
working the count here to 2-2. So 4 pitches in this at-bat after the leadoff hitter for the Dolphins, K-Ridge, got out in the first pitch.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's up high for ball 3. Acosta has started 34 games for the Dolphins this year. That includes every game CSI has played. And that's swung on and missed by the Dolphins' first baseman for strike 3.
2 down here very quickly for the Dolphins. And that's going to bring up Samantha McPherson.
McPherson, another Dolphin senior alongside Cateridge, who led things off for CSI. And McPherson takes a call at strike 1. McPherson right behind Acosta in batting at 343, and she's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Every category that Acosta leads the team in, McPherson is second in all of those categories. And she takes up high for ball 1, but as you said during the pregame, Nick, McPherson has not only been a fixture in this Dolphins lineup, has done a good job over at third base for the Dolphins during her tenure here at CSI. And she takes that pitch outside for ball 2. But she has been a very important part of this Dolphins team for 3 seasons. And certainly a bright spot in a Dolphins lineup that was starved for offense last year. She's on with what I presume will be
E6.
the first Mavericks error. Nino's right on it. Love to see it.
We got quite the crew here today, Joe. I would say this is definitely our A squad. We got you and me. So Nick Durst and Joe Foreman. We got Louis Matrone on official score, Nino Cruciata on the scoreboard, and of course Andrew Rotundo on PA.
Someone's going to have to tell Nino how to edit the scoreboard. He did it flawlessly. Didn't even need any instruction.
Nino knows. No nonsense, Nino.
That's right. Nino engineered a game for us earlier this year as well, as that pitch misses low to Liz Moore for ball 1. Moore comes in hitting at 287. Third on the team in hits, doubles, and RBIs. And if you didn't guess it, she is trailing McPherson and Acosta in those categories. So 2, 3, and 4 in this Dolphins lineup. Very strong. Comes the 1 and 2. That's down and in. Two balls and 2 strikes to count on the Dolphins shortstop. And Benson's pitch is hit on the ground toward the middle. Another chance at short for Sapala. Throw comes into third, and McPherson slides in safely as Moore will also move up to second on the throw. And that's going to go down as the first Dolphins hit.
Great job there by Moore to take the extra base. McPherson with a really good slide there to get around the tag because it was really close, and I thought the ball beat her there, but she avoided the tag and slided safely. And, you know, this is what happens, Joe. One little error and things can open up here. Dolphins are cooking now with fire here. Runners at second and third with 2 outs.
Just to be certain, Nick, the error on Mercy was an E6, not an E5, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I have it right.
Check with the official score, but I had it as an E6.
All right, Lewis has E5, so we'll clarify that after the break, as that pitch misses inside to Aponte. I thought it was E5, but you said E6, so I followed your lead. I think the third baseman came over and hit off her glove. Unless it was deeper in the hole.
I thought it went off the shortstop, but if you and Lewis are both going with third base, then we'll go with third base.
I'm going with whatever the replay says, so we'll have to double check that. And Aponte takes the 1-1 up high. First base is open if Benson needs it. She's behind against Aponte here, 2-1. And that pitch catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. If Aponte could keep the inning going, Isabel Gallo would be next. Here comes the 2-2, and that's fouled away. Time is called.
Gonna have a ball change here. Not quite sure why, though.
The reason is because Benson applied dirt to the ball.
So that ball's gonna be taken out of play for now.
For now, being the key phrase. So the action resumes with a 2-2 count and 2 outs in the bottom half of the first inning. 2 on for the Dolphins. Benson looking for a big third out as Aponte takes ball 3. And Nick, I can confirm E5.
Good job by Lewis. That's why he's the official scorer.
And the payoff pitch sails up high off the glove of Crawford, and McPherson comes in to score the first Dolphins run.
Well, Joe, that's going to be an unearned run as she got reached on the error there, the E5, and now she comes around to score on the wild pitch. Runners at first and third now for the Dolphins, so doing all this with 2 outs.
A costly error committed by the Mavericks in the first inning allows CSI to get on the board first. A chance for more here for CSI. Runners on the corners for Isabel Gallo, and she takes ball 1 up and away. Gallo comes in hitting at .264. Aponte, the runner over at first. We'll see if she tries to induce a rundown. We see that so often with runners on the corners. Gallo now ahead in the count, 2-0. And that's fouled away. Two balls and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins catchers. They were awaiting a new softball from the home plate umpire. Here comes the 2-1. And that catches the outside corner, and Aponte will try and induce the rundown. The Mavericks were happy to oblige, and Moore comes in to score.
Well, Dolphins will trade the out for the run. So 2-0 here.
So we had several throws. Lewis will have to try and score that one. I'll help him out during the break, but the second Dolphins run is in to score. That run counts, and CSI will take a 2-0 lead to the second inning.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive. to achieve every goal we aim for. Because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Second inning just getting started as Nicole Rivera misses to Haley Puglia for ball one. Puglia comes in hitting at .253, and she takes on the outside corner for a called strike. A very interesting play to bring the first inning to a close. The Dolphins had runners on the corners with 2 outs. 1 run had already come in to score on a wild pitch. As that's popped up in shallow center, Carcano charges in and she makes the catch for the first out. But Nick, the Dolphins induced the rundown, and the Mavericks were more than happy to throw to second base, and that allowed Liz Moore to score easily. The Mavericks did not try and throw home, did not try and cut the throw off, and they basically conceded the second CSI run.
Mavericks obviously have a lot of confidence in their offense as head coach Jamie Lorenzo seemed fine with the defensive efforts there on that rundown.
That's something we saw quite a bit last year. The Dolphins really struggled in those situations. Have been much better this year. As that's lined into center field, right at Carcano, and she makes the catch for a quick second out.
Outfield has been quite busy this game. First inning, 2 batters retired on Mercy to left. 2 batters retired to center so far this inning.
2 putouts for Carrion in the first, 2 for Carcano here in the second. And after Nicole Smart was retired on 1 pitch, Ariana Ricci grounds 1 to short. Moore throws, and Ricci is retired on 1 pitch. A 1-2-3 second inning for Nicole Rivera. We head to the bottom half of inning number 2 with the Dolphins leading 2-0.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Be sure to check out the
And we are back for the home half of the second inning, as it will be 6, 7, and 8 due up for CSI. Gallo, Carcano, and Whalen. And Gallo fouls that one straight back. Now, Nick, it was brought to my attention during the break that we have a very interesting prop in the Mercy College dugout. Take a look at the top of the dugout fence. They have a horse head on a stick.
Giddy up.
That's all you have to say? Giddy up?
Yes.
As the 0-1 bounces in for a ball, but that's up there with one of the more interesting dugout ornaments I've ever seen.
What else have you seen?
Well, in the Dolphins dugout, I have seen some plush dolphins in the past. We've seen some balloon dolphins on Senior Day. No such balloons today, however.
No Danny today either.
Danny has been absent for most of the outdoor events, if not all of them, as Gallo swings and misses there for strike 3.
Danny was last seen at, I believe, men's basketball Senior Day. Showed up at the second half.
Now, there is photographic evidence of Danny at a game with Nino and I, the one game that Nino engineered earlier this year.
Yes.
We had a photo op, Nino, myself, and Danny the Dolphin. And with those photos, hard to come by.
Iconic photo.
No doubt, but those have been really hard to come by this year.
Danny's been missing.
I feel privileged that I got a photo with the new look Danny the Dolphin. new blue Danny. Carcano quickly behind in the count here, 0-2. That pitch is taken down and away for ball one. Carcano comes in hitting at 275. And she slaps one down the line and into left field for a base hit. And Carcano is ruled out. Now, I think they had to have said she stepped out of the box, Nick.
Well, we'll see if we're able to get a nice replay on that. But that's the only thing that could be. I mean, she was lunging ahead on many of the pitches. So let's see. I'll cue that up here after this pitch and play it for the audience at home.
Now, there are two possibilities. Either she stepped out of the box or threw the bat.
Interesting.
All right, she ran out of the box.
Here's the replay of that. And yeah, her right foot was out of the box when she made contact with the ball, so good call there by the umpire.
No hesitation. So Carcano's first base hit is erased, and Victoria Whalen's quickly in a two-strike hole. Dolphins with 2 runs in the game, behind just 1 base hit. And the 0-2 sails up and away. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the CSI right fielder. Benson looking for a 1-2-3 inning. And that misses low for ball 2. And the 2-2 misses for ball 3, but I just thought of another very interesting dugout ornament, Nick. Philadelphia Phillies typically have a sombrero in their dugout. Didn't get to use it last night.
It worked wonders last night when they got no hit.
I was there as Whalen looks at ball 4, comes back from behind 0-2 in the count to draw the walk. Now, I was there last night. My cousin and I, and in Bryce Harper jerseys. Our colleague Andrew Rotundo, today's PA announcer, in a Pete Alonso jersey. And let's just say Andrew had a lot more fun than my cousin and I did.
Did not realize your cousin was a Phillies fan.
He's not. He's a Yankees fan.
Ugh.
But also a big Bryce Harper guy.
$19 in, 20 out. So it looks like we're going to have a substitution here for the Dolphins, Joe.
So Claudia Porcaro will pinch hit.
The pinch hitter, number 19, Claudia Porcaro.
For Claudia, this at bat will be just her 35th of the season. Comes in 7 of 34. Despite that, she still leads CSI in walks with 12. That last walk from Whalen tied her with Porcaro for the team lead. Each of them now have 12. Dolphins have used Porcaro as a pinch hitter throughout this year, typically with runners on. And she grounds one over to short. And Sapala will step on second to force out Whalen for the 3rd out of the inning. Dolphins strand 1. That base runner came on a walk. And through 2, Dolphins lead it 2-0.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. The top half of the third inning. Dolphins leading 2-0. And the Mavericks might have a base runner to lead things off as McPherson could not recover to make the play.
McPherson almost got the out on the underhanded toss there. Wonder if maybe she took an extra second there to go overhand if she would have had her out at first.
Now, Nick, with McPherson playing in, was that ball hit hard enough to give the Mavericks a hit?
I don't think so.
All right. Error it is. The statistician has spoken. E5.
She did bobble it a few times, so.
And they keep a close eye on Sapala over at first.
Well, you see, Nino's on it with the scoreboard, though, as he did give it an error. So I'm sure Lewis followed suit on the official stats.
Runner is going, and that was airmailed into center, but throw was so high that Carcano played it on one hop, and the runner Sapala holds at second. Maddie Lula is the batter, and she's now ahead 2-0.
And you may have heard Mercy chanting that they love free bases, so they get the runner to second here with nobody out. Looking to make some damage happen here.
Many teams have rolled through the CSI softball complex that love free bases.
I mean, who doesn't?
That's right. You know what I love more? The steal a base, steal a taco promotion. As that swung on and missed by Lula for strike two.
Well, speaking of some funky base running, and this morning, and many CSI staffers play on a softball team. And Nino, who was on the scoreboard today, he was on first base.
And Lula swings and misses at that drop pitch for strike three, and that's a big strikeout for Nicole Rivera.
Huge strikeout there. So what happened was Nino was on first. He's going to second to try to break up a double play. The ball almost hit him right to second, so he jumped. He kind of distracted the fielder as that pitch is taken for a ball. And instead of going to second to break it up with a slide, he decided to just run straight through the base into left field. He was out, but he did break up the double play. Very unconventional.
Some would say a job well done, as that's offered at on the bunt by Alexis Crawford, and she comes up empty for strike one.
And by any means necessary, that's your job as a runner on an easy double play ball, to break up the double play.
By whatever means necessary, as Crawford tries to bunt again, and that's bunted foul.
Joe, 2 strikes now on Crawford. Think the bunt is still on?
No. Especially with a runner in scoring position. I'm actually a bit surprised they were bunting in the first place.
Infield is back.
And the 1-2 is hit into shallow center, and it drops on the lip of the outfield grass. Moore tracks it down. Sapala was forced to hold at second, and Alexis Crawford is on with a single. Now 2 on base for Mercy, and Shannon Cisco will be the batter.
Fortunate for the Dolphins that the runner did not advance, so it's first and second rather than first and third, keeping double play in play here with a force at third.
Cisco flew out her first time, and she looks at ball one here.
Certainly would appear that she is looking to bunt.
Cisco comes in, Mercy's leading hitter, and I doubt they're thinking bunt in an RBI spot, as that's popped up into the glove of Moore, who ranges into foul territory to make the catch for the second out.
Nice job there by Moore, coming across the diamond into foul territory and makes the catch.
Number 21, Alex Carabias.
Alexandra Caravias is the batter, and she looks at that pitch low for ball one.
First and second here with 2 outs. Mercy up 2-0. Mercy down 2-0.
The 1-0 pitch from Rivera on its way, and that's grounded to short. Moore fields cleanly, low throw, and Acosta handles it for the third out. Nicely done by the Dolphins' first baseman, as the Mavericks will strand 2 in their half of inning number 3. They're still looking for their first hit. We head to the bottom half of the third, with CSI leading 2-0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex as it's back to the top of the order for CSI. Cateridge, Acosta, McPherson due up against Alexi Benson in the home half of the third. And Cateridge takes down and in for ball 1. Cateridge saw just one pitch her first time up and grounded out to the circle. And she looks at a called strike.
Joe, I did notice that a lot of the Dolphins are wearing the same wristband on their armband on their left arms. I wonder if is there something there with notes for fielding, as we've seen recently in the majors as well.
Certainly could be, as we've always seen that with the catchers as well as the pitchers. Of course, they have the pitches laid out on those bands as Cateridge hits one right back to the circle for a second time, and Benson throws her out for out number 1.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 16, Anissa Acosta.
That will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. Acosta is 0 for 1, struck out her first time up, and she looks at that pitch up high. Comes the 1-0. And that's swung on and missed. One ball and one strike to count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And Acosta swings through another one. It's not often we see Acosta overpowered at the plate, but Benson threw that last one right by her.
Bringing some heat right now.
And Acosta swings and misses at 3 straight. And she's a strikeout victim for the second time.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 5, Sam McPherson.
That will bring Sam McPherson to the plate.
I was going to say, Joe, McPherson scored the first run of the game where she reached on an error in the first inning.
That's hitting the air out to right. Ricci is there, and she could not make the sliding catch.
McPherson very fortunate here this afternoon.
That will go down as the second Dolphins hit of the game. And Liz Moore will come to the plate. Moore singled up the middle her first time up. Sapala made a good effort, but couldn't keep it on the infield. That kept the first inning going and ultimately led to the first Dolphins run. One ball and one strike the count on the Dolphins shortstop. And that pitch is off the inside corner for ball 2. Comes the 2-1. That's it well out to right field. And Ricci ranges back to make the catch, just shy of the warning track for the final out of the inning. Dolphins pick up their second hit of the game on a McPherson bloop single. She is stranded over at first, and the score remains 2-0 going to the 4th.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back for the top half of the 4th inning from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins still leading Mercy College by a score of 2-0. 3 shutout innings for Nicole Rivera to this point. She's only allowed 1 base hit. And her first pitch here in the 4th is taken by Sydney Johnston for a called strike. Johnston comes to the plate 0 for 1, flew out her first time up. And that pitch misses up high. Rivera's also been efficient to this point. Just 36 pitches so far.
I know something that you cannot tolerate is when we get a lot of walks.
That's right. Depends on the reason. If the reason is just pitchers with no command, that can get a bit frustrating. Count even on Johnston at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 sails up high for ball 3. Three balls and 2 strikes, the count on Johnston. And the payoff pitch is hit out to center field. Carcano shielding her eyes from the sun, makes the catch, and there's one away.
The sun right now is very challenging, so nice job there to shade from the sun, and of course, using 2 hands, I love to say it.
I'll tell you, Nick, I'm not being challenged by the sun today, fortunately. But I am being challenged by the infield dirt being blown around by the wind. It's getting behind my sunglasses.
Yikes.
I know you're being challenged by the sun. Ellie Puglia is the batter. She's 0 for 1, flew out her first time up, and she's quickly ahead 2-0 here. Here comes Rivera's 2-0 pitch, and that's hit sharply on the ground, but well foul.
Oh, into the tarp. That ball goes.
And out the other side.
You don't see that too often.
Two balls and one strike, the count on the Mavericks center fielder. And Rivera's pitch misses down and in for ball 3. And the 3-1 misses for ball 4. And for Rivera, that's her second walk.
Rivera has a really patient eye and is able to work the count, and it's paid off for her here today.
So Nicole Smart is on with the 1-out walk. Make that Puglia. Nicole Smart at the plate. And that's it out to right center field. Carcano ranges back, and she makes the catch for the second out.
She's put a really solid center field here today. 4 putouts already. And she's just gobbling up those fly balls.
That will bring Ariana Ricci to the plate. Ricci is 0 for 1, grounded out her first time up. Puglia, the runner, over at first, and that's lined into shallow right center for a base hit. Carcano's throw headed to third. McPherson has it, throw to second, not in time.
Well, that throw by McPherson to second was as close as it gets. But the issue there was that ball coming in should have went straight to the cutoff. And it ought to be first and third here. But now you have 2 runners in scoring position here with 2 outs.
And that's big, Nick, as that puts the tying run in scoring position. And you're absolutely right. That throw needed to be cut off, as they didn't have a play at third.
Take a look at that on your screen right now with the replay. And you'll see it really wasn't close at third at all. But
no,
McPherson actually had a tremendous throw. Couldn't have placed any better to second.
That was a strong throw and a throw straight into the runner over at second base. Ricci forced to slide, and she just beat it. Base hit here could tie the game as Victoria Sapala looks at ball 1. Sapala reached on an error in her first at bat. Officially 0 for 1. Comes the 1-0. That skips in for ball 2. No action in the CSI bullpen right now as Rivera works here in the 4th inning. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and that skips in for ball 3. Sapala firmly in the driver's seat here, ahead in the count, 3-0. First base is open. And the 3-0 pitch is in for a called strike. Rivera looks to stay in the at-bat. Here's the 3-1. That's hit sharply on the ground to short. Moore has it, and she throws out Sapala for the final out of the inning. The Mavericks draw a walk and pick up their second base hit of the game, but they strand 2 in scoring position. When we come back, CSI still leads at 2-0, heading to the home half of the 4th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still lead by 2 runs as the bottom half of the 4th inning gets underway with a called strike. Layla Aponte is the batter for the Dolphins. She drew a walk her first time up. The 0-1 on its way, and that misses down and in. This next pitch will be number 60 for Alexi Benson, and that's hit down the right field line, but foul. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' second baseman. As we have an update from baseball, Dolphins trailing 4-0 in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Dolphins taking on the University of Bridgeport. They scored 4 in the top half of the 3rd. As Aponte chops that one foul. Count 1-2 on Aponte. And the 1-2 is hit over toward first. Easy play for Johnston, and there's one away.
As easy as it gets there for Johnston. It was hit right at her, right at the base.
Now batting the catcher, number 2, Isabel Gallo.
3 unassisted to get the bottom half of the 4th started, and Isabel Gallo will be the batter. Gallo struck out in her first at-bat, and she takes high for ball 1. Comes the 1-0. That's popped up, foul territory, and out of play. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins catcher.
Isabel's family on their feet here, cheering her on in the stands.
Gallo, 1 of 5 Dolphins seniors recognized before today's game as she takes outside for ball 3. Comes the 3-1. That's fouled away.
Full count now, so good at bat here. Nice little battle going on.
Full count on Gallo. The payoff pitch is hit in the air on the infield. And Smart is there to make the catch for out number 2.
Smart had no problem with that one. A little bit of wind, but lined up right under it. Made the catch.
Mariah Carcano, the batter, and she takes low for ball 1. And as is typically the case when Carcano comes to bat, the infield moves way in. All the way in at second, at third. About halfway at short, and even with the bag at first.
She must have been taking all the way there because she ran right out of the batter's box. We already saw an instance earlier in the game where that was called an out.
That pitch is in for a called strike. And the 1-2 is swung on and missed by Carcano for strike 3. It's a 1-2-3 inning in the circle for Alexi Benson. Her team still trails by 2 as we head to the 5th. The Dolphins leading 2-0.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
First pitch of the 5th inning is in for a called strike to Maddie Lula. Lula is 0 for 1, struck out her first time up. She takes out of the zone there for ball 1.
So far, the story has been good pitching for the Dolphins with pretty solid defense in the outfield.
And McPherson bobbled that ball for moments, but she does recover and throws out Lula for the first out of the inning. And you said it, Nick, the story has been the pitching for the Dolphins. And if you're the Mavericks right now, you're really lamenting that costly first inning error that allowed 2 runs to score. Also, they conceded a run in the rundown. Now, who knows if they get the 3rd out without allowing that run to come home from third base, but it's definitely a conversation to be had should they have tried.
We will see if that comes back to bite them as we head down the stretch here. Now we're halfway through this game.
Well, Nick, I know this is your first Dolphins broadcast of the season, but we've seen it time and time again this year where the Dolphins have fallen victim to some costly errors in the field, as that's blooped into shallow left center by Alexis Crawford for a base hit. She's now 2 for 3, but as I was saying, Nick, the Dolphins have really been plagued by miscues in the field all year. And at times, it has cost them games where the difference in the final score was the unearned runs the Dolphins allowed.
Yeah, my first softball game of the year, but we've seen plenty of that doing baseball games together this year as well.
Runner is going on the pitch, throw to second, a good one, and the runner is out now. I know you have the replay ready, Nick. I'm not sure about that call.
See if we can get that pulled up for you here. We do have it cut, but we are facing some sun challenges.
We sure are. It was a good throw from Gallo, but I thought that Crawford had a good enough jump to beat it.
Just flash that real quick here. See if we can get a nice look at it. Tough to tell. Bang, bang.
Definitely a close play as that pitch misses in the dirt to Shannon Cisco for ball 3. The throw from Gallo was about as good as it could be, so if there was any throw that would give them a chance, it was the throw by Gallo, but in real time, I thought she beat it. As that misses high for ball 4, so that stolen base stings a bit more right now, as the Mavericks would have had 2 on with just 1 out. Instead, it's a runner on first with 2 away.
Interesting here as head coach goes to the circle here, tells the rest of the fielders, stay away. Just a little one-on-one quick pep talk there, pitcher to manager.
Not the first time we've seen that this year, and I noted it the first time we saw it. Definitely caught my attention as well, Nick. But that conversation was a very short one.
What do you say there, Joe? Just get this person out. He's pitching well. What do you say?
Keep it up. Rivera's only allowed 3 base hits. The Mavericks have out-hit the Dolphins in this game, 3-2. As I said before, the one big Mercy College error right now looming large. That pitch taken for a called strike by Alexandra Caravias, evening up the count at 1. Caravias is 0 for 1, has walked and grounded out in 2 at-bats. And that's it out to right field, and that will roll all the way to the fence. Whalen's throw hits the cutoff, heading home is Cisco, and she will score the first Mercy College run. It's an RBI double for Alexandra Caravias, and the Dolphins' lead has been cut in half. Our score is now 2-1.
Well, Joe, nice job of hitting there, but you have to wonder back to the first inning now. They gave the run because they went for the run down to get the runner out at second. Runner scored, and then you think about that stolen base there. They could have potentially been the lead or a tie game, but at this point it's going to be 2-1. Dolphins top 5, and we're going to have a pitching change.
That is all for Nicole Rivera, who exits the circle here at the College of Staten Island for what could be the final time, as she received hugs from her coaching staff as she exited the field. But a job well done by Rivera in today's game. Has allowed just the 1 run to this point. Got 2 outs deep into this 5th inning. And Alexis Miramontes will look to give Rivera a chance to be a winner on this day, as Miramontes will look for a big 3rd out against Sydney Johnston, left-handed bat for the Mavericks. She comes to the plate 0 for 2, but the tying run stands in scoring position, and Miramontes comes in for the Dolphins in a huge spot.
Rivera in tears, the dugout. Very emotional for her, knowing that she just left the field for the last time as a Dolphin, most likely.
With that, I'll get you the numbers for Alexis Miramontes, the new Dolphins pitcher.
The first baseman, number 12, Sydney Johnston.
As I said, Miramontes with an opportunity here to make Rivera a winner, or at least help her achieve that. After this next pitch, I have the numbers on Miramontes, and that misses for ball 1. Miramontes comes in having appeared in 22 games, including 11 starts. She's pitched to a 4-8 record with a 1.89 whip and a 5.52 ERA. She has 1 complete game and 1 shutout. In 58 1/3, she's allowed 88 hits, 59 runs, 46 of those earned. She's walked 22, struck out 31, and 260 opposing batters are hitting at .338 against her. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Mavericks' first baseman, Johnston. And she lines one into left field. Carry-on moves back and to her left to make the catch for the final out of the inning. Johnston hit that ball well, but it was not enough to chase home the tying run. Mavericks strand 1 in scoring position, but they are halfway back. Our score now 2-1, heading to the bottom half of the 5th. And we are back for the bottom half of the 5th inning for the College of Staten Island. Dolphins' lead has been trimmed down to a single run, as they now lead Mercy College by a score of 2-1. And Victoria Whalen will lead things off for the Dolphins in the 5th. She takes a called strike. Whalen drew her team-leading 12th walk her last time up. And that's grounded toward the middle and through for a base hit. Dolphins have the leadoff batter on as Whalen reaches base for the second time. And that will bring Jessica Carrion to the plate.
Nice job of hitting there by Whalen. Putting it right back where it came from, straight up the middle for a leadoff single.
So for Carrion, this at-bat will be her first of the game. She was replaced with a pinch hitter in Claudia Porcaro her first time up, and she shows bunt and takes a called strike one here.
You like that, Joe? Going for the bunt here? Got to run her over.
In a one-run game, I do like it with the top of the order coming up. If you're asking my opinion, this is the ideal situation to bunt. As Carrion lays one down, throw goes to first, and Carrion is out. Sacrifice successful, and Whalen moves up to second.
If Lula was thinking about it, she could have went to second, but she didn't even look that way. I think she would have had her at second there, but good bunt there, and runner in second now with one out. Top of the order coming up.
Well, Nick, I was going to get there. If you didn't, they certainly had to play at second. 100% had to play at second.
Absolutely. She did not look, but gonna have a pinch runner now after the bunt, which is pretty interesting.
So Garrett Comuhendo will be the pinch runner. And you're right, Nick. Interesting to see that after the bunt attempt. Maybe they were saving her for a situation where they had a runner in scoring position.
Well, we know she can fly, so anything in the gap here should score her.
Jackie Cateridge, the batter, hits one back through the middle for a base hit. Comuhendo will score, and it's an RBI single for the Dolphins senior as Cateridge chases home the third CSI run. Dolphins now lead it 3-1.
Comuhendo there, flying around the bases. Excellent job by her. Absolutely huge clutch piece of hitting there as well. Dolphins get their run back, and it's 3-1.
Cateridge wasted no time attacking the first pitch, and the CSI senior comes through with an RBI here on senior day as Anissa Acosta sends that one out to center field, and making the catch was Puglia for the second out. Speaking of Dolphin seniors, Sam McPherson will be the batter.
McPherson has reached twice today. Came around to score the first run when she reached on an error.
McPherson blooped a single into shallow right her last time up. She's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And that pitch finds the zone for a called strike. Long look in from Benson ahead of the 1-1, and that pitch misses outside for ball 2. Two balls and one strike the count on the Dolphins' third baseman. Cateridge, the runner, over at first. And that's chopped through the middle for another Dolphin hit. Cateridge moves up one base, nearly strayed too far off the bag, but she gets back in safely. And with that, Dolphins now have 5 hits in the game, and Liz Moore will come to the plate with 2 on and 2 out.
Big spot here for Moore and the Dolphins. See if they can tack on another run here with a runner in scoring position at second.
And Moore takes inside for ball 1.
Dolphins have scored 2 of their 3 runs with 2 outs.
Comes the 1-0. And that's lined the other way. Foul ball. We have no view of the right field line from where we are seated, but I can tell based upon the reaction of the Dolphins and their base coaches, that was awfully close.
No major complaints there, though.
No.
So the umpire was in the right position to make the call.
Comes the 1-1. That's taken low for ball 2.
2-1 now to Moore.
If Moore gets on here, Layla Aponte would be next. Moore looking for her second hit of the game. And that's popped up. Foul territory behind the plate. And Benson and Crawford come together, but it is Benson who makes the catch for the third out of the inning. The Dolphins, the one run they allowed in the top half, back in the bottom half of the fifth. They are back ahead by 2, and our score is 3-1 headed to the 6th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Sixth inning getting underway from the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins back ahead by 2 runs. Our score, CSI 3, Mercy College 1. As Haley Puglia looks at that pitch from Alexis Miramontes for ball 1. Dolphins had 3 hits in that 5th inning. They now have the advantage of the hit column 5-4 as Acosta handles another low throw, this time from McPherson at third. And we have a quick first out.
Good job there with the scoop over a first and 1 away.
That will bring Nicole Smart to the plate. Smart is 0 for 2, but has hit the ball well in both of her at-bats. And she takes a called strike. Alexis Miramontes in the circle, came on in relief of Nicole Rivera during the previous inning. Got out of trouble quickly for the Dolphins as she throws just her 7th pitch right here, and that's grounded down the line. Fair ball into the left field corner. Smart takes a big turn, but Carrion with a tremendous throw forces Smart to hold with a 1-out single.
Other by Carrion to get over and cut that one off and get it in quickly so that the runner could not advance to second. It'll go as a single.
That will bring Ariana Ricci to the plate. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch runner over at first. Bianca Mezadou will be the pinch runner.
Really nice turnout here for Senior Day. Not many available seats in the stands.
This is as packed a house as we have seen all season. That being said, the weather today is exceptional.
I was going to say earlier, it's the first time we don't have to worry about rain with the tarp and delayed start time all season.
And that one is lined straight into the glove of Aponte, and Mezadou is doubled off at first base. One pitch, and the final 2 outs are recorded by Miramontes on that last play. Mavericks still trailing by 2 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back from the CSI Softball Complex. Bottom half of the 6th inning getting underway as Layla Aponte leads things off for the Dolphins and fouls back the first pitch she sees for strike 1.
Well, Joe, if the Dolphins get anybody on here, I'm expecting them to play some small ball to scratch out one more insurance run going in to the 7th.
I think that's a very safe bet as Aponte takes out of the zone for ball 1. Scoring update from over at baseball. Dolphins are on the board and threatening for more in the bottom half of the 4th. The score is 4-1 Bridgeport. As time was called, I think we had...
Do we have a baseball on the field?
Yeah, we had a ball on the field down the right field line, but play resumes with a 1-1 count on Aponte. And that pitch is in for strike 2.
Last week in baseball, we had a sign delay as some sort of banner was on the field in right center.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' second baseman. And that pitch is taken low for ball 2. CSI Baseball has scored 1 in the bottom half of the 4th to make it 4-1. They do have a runner in scoring position with nobody out. Once again, if Game 2 over at baseball has not started by the time that we wrap up here at softball, Andrew Rotundo and I are going to head up the hill and call Game 2 at the baseball diamond.
Wow, giving me the boot, Joe.
You're free to join us, but Andrew was confirmed. I didn't want to confirm you if you weren't certain to be here. Nick, you are more than welcome. As that pitch is lined foul, completely your call.
We'll see how things break out here at the rest of Game 1 and Game 2. Like you said earlier, I think it's a slim chance that by the time these games wrap up, you break down the equipment, you get everything set up, it's going to be a tight squeeze.
They are not halfway done. The Dolphins are potentially 3 outs away from a win.
What do you say, around 20 minutes in between games here?
We had a bit of an extended break in between games last time. We went almost 40.
Wow.
Which is as long as we've ever gone in my memory. And Aponte fights off another one foul. And
too bad we didn't have the technology here where in the middle of the 2 games we could have brought you the baseball game. I know earlier this year you and I did some swimming and we brought you some diving in the middle of swimming.
We did. That was a great time at the Metropolitan Conference Swimming and Diving Championships. Hopefully they'll have us back as Aponte looks at a called strike 3.
We did see the Met chairman here earlier today.
We did.
Now batting, the catcher number 2, Isabel Gallo.
Isabel Gallo will be the batter.
All the stars are out here today. Alberto's here. Interim athletic director Tibbs is here.
Mike Sorensen's here, our commentary partner from the Swimming and Diving Championship.
Swimming, here he is, real estate agent himself, who was in Brooklyn yesterday looking to get a listing on a big 7-family unit. And you know that real estate in Brooklyn is very expensive.
And Gallo hits one right back to the circle. Low throw, but it's handled over at first by Johnston.
How do you feel about the underhanded throw to first there, Joe?
Well, I feel like that throw wasn't a good one.
No. Gotta go overhand.
Both Mikes in the house, Sorensen and Stora of CSI Swimming and Diving.
Quite the turnout here this afternoon. Beautiful day for some softball and baseball.
Sure is, and the crowd is only growing as we progress through the day.
And you, Joe, have the best seat in the house.
There is no question about it. As that's chopped on the ground to third. Throw over to first in time, and Carcano is retired quickly for the final out of the inning. So Alexi Benson with a 1-2-3-6 keeps her team within 2 runs. We head to the 7th. Dolphins lead it 3-1.
You Know I'm Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know I'm Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know I'm Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know I'm Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know I'm Right.
CSI 3 outs away from a conference victory over rival Mercy College, as the Mavericks will have 8, 9, and 1 up here in the 7th. Victoria Sapala leads things off, and she promptly grounds one right back up the middle for a leadoff single.
Well, Frontman out the comeback here. That is the best way to get it started. Leadoff single up the middle.
Can't ask for much more than that if you're the Mavericks. 1 pitch and 1 base runner, as Mercy College now has 6 hits in the game. Maddie Lula comes to the plate. Lula is 0 for 2, has struck out and grounded out, as the first pitch to Lula misses away for ball 1.
Gallo thinking there about going to first for the pickoff.
Comes the 1-0 from Miramontes. And that catches the inside corner, and once again Gallo fakes the throw over to first. Here comes the 1-1. Good off-speed pitch by Miramontes as Lula just got a piece and found it back. Sapala, the runner over at first, is 9 for 9 on stolen bases this year. Certainly a threat to run. And the 1-2 is hit out to right center field, and that will find the gap. It one-hops the fence. And just like that, the Mavericks will score. And the tying run moves up to third as the cutoff was bobbled. It's an RBI double for for Maddie Lula. Sapala scores the second Mercy College run, and now the tying run stands over at third, nobody out.
This is going to be a tough one to get out of here, Joe, if you are the Dolphins. We do have some action in the Dolphins bullpen right now, but at this point, the pitching will remain the same. But you're right, Joe. On that bobble, that allowed the runner to advance to third here, and that makes a huge difference at this point in the game.
And that's certainly an error, right, Nick?
I would think so.
I think so as well.
Because she likely would have got gunned out there if that was picked up cleanly. And I don't know if head coach Jamie Lorenzo would have sent her if not for the bobble.
There's no shot. I was surprised the run was coming in to score. I thought they'd play it safe and hold the runner at third. But no hesitation. A good decision as it wasn't close.
No.
And
There's
now,
no play there.
Alexis Crawford is ahead 2-0. Dolphins are putting the infield in all around. And Crawford tries to bunt. Now, I'm not quite sure why you'd bunt here.
Does not make much sense to me.
If you're
Going for the
strictly bunting for a hit, that would be the only reason, right?
Wants to go for the squeeze.
That would be incredibly risky. Especially with your leading hitter on deck. No reason to give away an out. Crawford now ahead in the count, 3-1. And she takes up and away for ball 4.
Joe, you mentioned it, the best hitter for the Mavericks coming up here. And I think with Cisco here, I think you got to put her on, load the bases, get the force at the plate.
I have to really think about that one, and we're going to have some time here as the Dolphins will make a pitching change. But that would be such a huge risk for the Dolphins. I see where you're coming from.
The way I view it is, if she puts something in the gap here, it could be down 4-3. Load the bases here, then you play the infield in. You got the play at the plate. You got to hope you get the out there, and then you can set a double play on the next batter.
Number 13, Kelsey Strayer.
I think the question is, Nick, is Samantha Frank available for the Mavericks? If Frank is available to pinch hit, it's a chance you can't take. She's Mercy College's second leading hitter, has not played in this game. We are not aware of players who are available and not available, but if Frank is available, you cannot walk the bases loaded. She comes in hitting at .357, and I would guess that she would be the pinch hitter. Now, Nick's taking a look into the dugout. Really tough to tell from where we're seated, but nonetheless, Shannon Cisco is the batter in this spot, and the new Dolphins pitcher is Kelsey Strayer. Get the numbers on Strayer in just a moment, but she inherits runners on the corners, nobody out. The tying run stands over at third base, and the Dolphins appeared poised to pick up the win in this game, and that unraveled very quickly. 2 base hits to open up the inning for Mercy College, and just like that, they had the tying run over at third base. Miramontes remained in the game despite the 2 base hits, issued a walk, and that put a runner over at first. So now the Dolphins turn to Kelsey Strayer in hopes of escaping this inning with the lead and a win. I think more reasonable is hoping to, at the very worst, escape this inning tied. Now, the numbers for Strayer on the season across 19 appearances, she comes in 0-4 with a 2.17 whip and a 7.23 ERA. As Cisco shows bunt, goes to second. And now, Nick, you load the bases.
I think you need to put her on.
Now you do. That's if you trust Strayer to throw strikes.
You certainly could use a huge strikeout here. It looks like they're going to attack.
You don't do it on an 0-1 count, that's for sure. And the count's 0-2 now, so that goes out the window.
Anything in the outfield here most likely ties the game.
Strayer looking for a huge punch out. That won't do it. great stop by Gallo.
Huge stop there by Gallo. That gets past her. We have a tie game.
On deck is Alexandra Caravias for the Mavericks. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on Cisco. And Strayer's pitch is off the outside corner for ball 2.
Cisco has not swung the bat once this whole at bat here. 2-2 count. Runners on second and third. Big pitch.
Here comes the 2-2. And that misses for ball 3. Now, we've said it during previous broadcasts this year, but the biggest issue for Kelsey Strayer in the circle has been putting hitters away. A lot of 2-strike counts, not many strikeouts, and many of those hitters have been lost to walks. As that's chopped over to short, Moore waits for it. The runner holds at third, but the throw to first is not in time as Cisco beats it out.
Great hustle there by Cisco to get down the line there. Moore had to check the runner there, and that was all it took there for Cisco to get there safely. And at this point here, got to have the infield in. The play is certainly to the plate.
That's good base running over at third by Lula. If she takes off on that pitch, she is out. So good decision to hold up at third. And that's fouled away by Caravias, who comes to the plate 1 for 2, has walked, grounded out, and doubled.
How do you feel about the depth of the middle infield here, Joe? You think they're a little too even with the baseline and should be in more, or you trust their arms?
I would play them at regular depth. It'd be nice if you could come home and maintain the lead, but if you have a chance to turn 2 in this spot, you take the 2 outs, no doubt. I think they're in good position here. You can certainly throw out the runner at the plate if given the opportunity in the spot at that depth. But there's still a possibility for a double play as well. Comes the 0-2. And once again, a nice stop by Gallo as she had to come out of her crouch and reel that ball in. Big question remains. Can Strayer put Caravias away? It was ahead 0-2 for the second consecutive batter. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that misses up high. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on the Mavericks designated player. And that pitch is fouled back.
How about that, Joe? Off the mask of the catcher and then over the fence into the stands. Don't think I've seen that before.
That was off Gallo's mask, off the home plate umpire, over the backstop, and into the seats. I couldn't tell you how that happened, but I can assure you it did happen.
Umpire doing a nice job there, walking the ball out to the pitcher to give Gallo a few moments here, and then dusting off the plate. That's umpire etiquette 101 right there. Good job by this umpire.
It's been a great day for the umpiring crew today. No controversy, just how we like it. Sometimes, as that's fouled away.
So once again here, Strayer finds herself with a batter up with 2 strikes. And we'll see if she's able to put her away here.
That's been the issue, is finding that 3rd strike. Count remains 2-2 on Caravias. And the pitch from Strayer misses up high for ball 3. Nowhere to put Caravias. The bases are loaded. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that misses down and in for ball 4. Caravias is fired up as she draws the walk, and the Mavericks have tied the score at 3.
Well, tie game now, 3-3. And I think at this point, the play has to be to the plate. You can't, give up another run here to go down to get 2 outs when you have to go bat again, but you don't want to go into the bottom of the 7th trailing.
At most, you concede 1. So if they keep the infield a little further back here to try and turn 2, I can see that. But if another run comes in, then you'd have to bring the infield in to make sure that you're close enough to get the play at the plate.
8 hits, and 3 runs for Mercy.
Score tied at 3. Strayer misses up high for ball 2. At the plate is Sydney Johnston. She's 0 for 3.
Bases are loaded. So all 3 batters that Strayer's faced here have reached base.
That pitch is fouled away. So once again, a 2-strike count for Kelsey Strayer. Can she put the batter away? That's the question. And so far, she has really struggled to do that against the first 2 hitters she's faced. Here comes the 2-2. And that's off the inside corner for ball 3.
Once again, 3-2 count. She's going to be tossed, I think. Where we go?
And Tracy Garofalo has just received a warning from the home plate umpire.
Tracy did not like that call. And did she get warned or tossed? Umpire's making some notes here, so I'm inclined to think it was maybe a toss. I don't know if you would write down a warning.
I'm fairly certain it was a warning.
All right, so Tracy's coming back. What did you think, Joe? I thought from our vantage point it was inside.
So did I, but we're on a 45-degree angle on the right side, so any pitch that misses inside will be exaggerated from our perspective. Right. But I do agree with you. I thought it was inside as well.
And from Tracy's angle there,
that's popped up on the infield.
Fly.
And we have an infield fly. Our favorite call, Nick, as you weren't on that broadcast earlier this year, but infield fly is a favorite of the commentary desk, and the Dolphins get a much-needed out.
Right. So I wanted to go back to that pitch before. The Dolphins bench, they're at a 45-degree angle the other way. So
that's right.
Not exactly the best angle.
No.
So unless you're straight on, it's very difficult to argue balls and strikes.
The man with the best angle made the call.
Nino and Lewis had a pretty good view of that as well. They're right behind the plate and doing their jobs.
They do have a good angle. They're on the umpire's left shoulder, so it might have obstructed the ball. And that is lined right at Carrion. The runner is tagging. Throw to the plate offline. The Mavericks take the lead, and the throw to third is not in time as the runner advances. And Mercy College has gotten out in front behind a sacrifice fly. They will check to make sure the runner didn't leave early, and the appeal is unsuccessful. Mavericks lead it 4-3.
Well, Joe, two outs now. So at this point, you just got to get that last out and hope your offense could get the job done in the bottom of the 7th for your last flex.
Well, if you're the Dolphins in this spot, I think you are certainly content escaping this inning, allowing just 1 run. That pitch misses low for ball 1.
Oh.
That's hit well out to left. Carrion ranging back. And she makes the catch on the warning track for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins surrender the lead as the Mavericks score 3 in the top half of the 7th. Though CSI was able to limit the damage after Mercy loaded the bases with nobody out. CSI comes to the plate in the bottom half of the 7th, trailing.
You Know 'Em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know I'm Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know I'm Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know I'm Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know I'm Right.
Bottom half of the seventh inning getting started from the CSI softball complex as the Dolphins entered this inning leading 3-1, but the Mavericks in the top half of the seventh score 3 runs as Tracy Garofalo has been tossed from this game. Now, Nick, the first call of this half inning, I did not agree with. I think the umpire got it right. In the previous half inning, that ball looked down and in from here.
So I want to ask you a question, Joe. Is she allowed to coach the second game?
I don't know.
I'm going to say yes. I'm not entirely sure. I might have to check with somebody in between games, and we'll find out before Game 2. Now you'll see Cassidy is going to be coaching third base, assistant coach Cassidy, as the head coach of the Dolphins, Coach Garofalo, has been tossed. We'll see where she watches the rest of this game from. So, Joe, is that the first ejection you've seen this season?
That might be the first ejection that I've ever seen of a coach. We had a crew member ejected from one game years ago.
Get out of here. What happened?
We asked for the count, and the umpire took offense, and the crew member was ejected.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. I was dumbfounded.
Was it the engineer? Was the statistician?
It was the site supervisor
wow.
and events manager.
So that's
ejected.
Crazy.
But the story goes, and this is a true story, we had that ejection. Within 5 minutes, the Dolphin mascot, Benny the Dolphin, came down to the field. Everyone suspected that it was our crew member in the Dolphin costume. It was not.
The umpire suspected.
The umpire did not suspect it. But it was a great story, and it made for a great Sportsnet moment.
Well,
certainly an all-time call by our friends Dave and Mike.
Perhaps, if Tracy's not allowed to coach the second game, Danny the Dolphin may make an appearance.
That would be something. Now, what if Tracy returns as a member of the commentary team? Is that allowed?
I don't think so.
Probably not. Might be a bit too close as Whalen looks at that pitch for ball 1.
Well, we do know that even if she can't coach, I'm sure she'll still make the lineup for the second game.
Somehow, some way, I think she would be involved in making the lineup. That's correct. And Whalen swings and misses at that pitch for strike 2. And the 1-2 is fouled away. One ball and 2 strikes to count on the CSI right fielder. The Dolphins looking for a leadoff base runner, and Whalen takes up high. I've said it time and time again this year how tough of an out Whalen is at the plate. She's officially 1 for 1 in this game, has singled and walked. And she goes after the hot heat for strike 3.
Mavericks right now feeling it inside of them. They're a big comeback victory. Now only 2 outs away from becoming a reality.
If the Dolphins don't find a way to pull this game out, This would definitely be their most disappointing home loss of the season. They had a tough loss on the road recently at Felician in a game that they led. But in terms of their home games that we've covered, this would have to be near the top of the list in most disappointing outcomes. Carry on quickly a 2-strike hole here. And she slices one to third off the glove of Lula. Throw to first, not in time. Good effort by Victoria Sapala on that play. She backed up Lula, the third baseman. But Sapala's throw was not in time. And the Dolphins now have the tying run on base in Jessica Carrion. And Carrion possesses great speed.
Joe, I think the Dolphins may have caught a break there. I'll show the replay. I think it was, could have went either way there, but the Dolphins will take any breaks they can at this point.
That base hit, number 6 for the Dolphins in this game. As Jackie Cateridge takes a called strike 1. Cateridge looks at that pitch up high. Cateridge is 1 for 3 in the game. Has grounded out twice and singled. She's hit 3 softballs right back up the middle. 2 grabbed by Benson, and 1 went into right center field. As that's hit toward the middle of the diamond, double play ball, and the throw is dropped by Sapala, and everyone is safe. Uh-oh. Uh-oh is right, Nick.
Now, if you are on second base here, Joe, and you see something in the gap, you gotta get on your horse and go as fast as you can to get to the plate to tie this here. Now, let's see. Cassidy giving some tips here to the batter. She hasn't done much of coaching third this year, so we'll see how aggressive she is with the send if this ball is hit into the outfield.
Now, I'm not sure where Tracy is watching the game from. If it's in right field, she's watching on the ECC network.
Maybe she's watching from the broadcast booth of baseball out the window.
Softball has a beautiful new clubhouse she can watch from as well.
Interesting.
So a lot of options, but her team right now has the winning run standing over at first base, just 1 out, and their leading hitter at the plate as Acosta hits one deep to left field. That ball back toward the fence, and it falls on the warning track. Carrion will come in to score. Cateridge holds at third, and it's an RBI double for Anissa Acosta. The Dolphins have tied the game, and the winning run now stands over at third base.
Great job of hitting there, Joe. Cateridge didn't really get a good read of that. I think she thought it was going to be caught. She got a little held up there, so Coach Cassidy could not send her, and rightfully so. The brakes there because she would have been out at the plate. And now, how fitting is this show? One of the seniors, McPherson, coming up here with a chance to win the game for the Dolphins here at the bottom of the 7th with a walk-off.
And McPherson takes high for ball 1. And again, we're going to have the same conversation we had during the previous half inning. Do you consider walking McPherson here, Nick?
Well, I think they should.
And McPherson swings through that pitch for strike 1. Not much relief in the on-deck circle. Liz Moore would be next. The infield is in at first, second, and third for the Mavericks. Sapala playing a couple of steps back and short as that is through the middle and to center field for a walk-off base hit. Sam McPherson with a walk-off single on senior day as she is mobbed by the Dolphins from the third base dugout, and the College of Staten Island walks it off in Game 1. They defeat the Mercy College Mavericks by a final score of 5-4.
Well, excellent job there. And maybe Coach Garofalo knew what she was doing to get her team hyped up there. And I would assume this victory will not go in her win-loss column as she was ejected. So she's not the victory. She doesn't get the victory as manager. But tremendous job there by the Dolphins to battle back in the bottom of the 7th. Excellent base coaching by Coach Cassidy at third. And what a story, what a day for McPherson as she brings in the game-winning run with the roped RBI single up the middle. The team tackled her, and what a tremendous, gutsy victory here for the Dolphins, and one more game here to play this afternoon.
What could have been one of the most disappointing losses of the year becomes one of the most thrilling Dolphins victories of the year as they defeat Mercy College in walk-off fashion by a final score of 5-4. Final line for the Dolphins: 5 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. For the Mavericks, 4 runs on 8 base hits and 2 errors. Game 2 coming up in approximately 30 minutes from the CSI Softball Complex. This has been Joe Foreman, and I will be rejoined by Nick Durst on the call for Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and Mavericks. Once again, that game coming up right back here on the ECC Network. Same stream, same place in approximately 30 minutes. Once again, this is Joe Foreman from the CSI Softball Complex, and it was brought to our attention in between games that we had some audio issues during Game 1, so we've got those sorted out, and we'll be crystal clear for the call of Game 2. Once again, Joe Foreman on the call here on CSI Sportsnet. I'll be joined by Nick Durst in just about 10 or 15 minutes as Game 2 between the Dolphins and Mavericks gets underway here on the ECC Network. Once again, Game 2 getting started in about 10 or 15 minutes. When you hear the sound of my voice, we are back for more softball exclusively on the ECC Network. And we're back from the CSI Softball Complex. Joe Foreman with you, to be joined by Nick Durst in just a few moments as they are getting to work on resetting our main scoreboard. We were given starting lineups just moments before first pitch, so I'll get those to you in just a moment. As right now, the home plate umpires are awaiting the start of this game now. I'm not exactly sure what the delay is, but Nick is helping Nino with our scoreboard. And Lewis, our statistician, is inputting the official starting lineups, which came in with about 5 minutes to go before this game got underway. Andrew Rotundo, our public address announcer, got the starting lineup for Mercy College about 2 minutes ago and passed that along to me about 30 seconds ago. So Lewis is taking care of the starters for me, and I'll have those for you as soon as he passes them along. But in case you missed it, Game 1 was a 5-4 Dolphins victory. CSI scored 2 unearned runs in the first inning. Neither team would score again until the 5th. In the top half of the 7th inning, the Mavericks, who at the time trailed 3-1, scored 3 to go ahead 4-3, and then the Dolphins took the win in the bottom half of the 9th with a 2 spot, and they won at 5-4. So Nick has finished assisting with the scoreboard out in left field and has now joined me at the commentary desk. Nick, what were you trying to say?
Right now there's a delay as they're waiting for interim athletic director Tibbs to get here, as the umpires have requested to speak to him. But it looks like he made his way down. He's here now, and we're going to get started here. And I think the toss-out before may have been for both games, so we'll see who's coaching here.
Tracy is certainly gone for both games. I confirmed that in between games. Nick, you have the wrong headset. Just switch headsets. But once again, in case you missed it, in the midst of that 3-run 7th inning for the Mavericks, Tracy Garofalo was ejected. She received a warning in the top half of the 7th and then was ejected in the bottom half. The ejection was for arguing balls and strikes, so Tracy cannot be in the sight of the umpires as that one is blooped over to second, and Aponte makes the basket catch. What a play by the Dolphins' second baseman to retire Alexis Crawford for the game's first out. That will bring Shannon Cisco to the plate. And Cisco takes strike 1. Comes the 0-1. That skips in. So in the circle for the Dolphins is Jackie Cateridge. Cateridge, one of the 5 Dolphins seniors recognized ahead of Game 1. She had a base hit in the early game. The walk-off hit belonged to fellow senior Samantha McPherson. But for Cateridge entering today's game, she has appeared in 6 games in the circle, including 1 start. She's pitched to an 0-1 record with a 2.28 whip and a 2.9 ERA. In 9 2/3, she's allowed 19 hits, 14 runs, 4 of those earned. She has walked 3 and struck out 3. 54 opposing batters hitting at .352 against her. Two balls and 2 strikes to count as Cisco hits one to second. Another chance for Aponte, and she makes the throw in time for the second out.
Now batting the first baseman, number 21, Alex Caravias.
Hey, stay hot, Al. Stay hot, big. Let's go.
2 away in the road first inning. And coming to the plate will be Alexandra Caravias. Caravallis drew the walk that would tie the game in Game 1. And she takes up high. It was a tumultuous 7th inning for Dolphins pitching. Miramontes and Strayer combined to allow 3 runs. 2 base hits to open up the inning, put runners on second and third. From there, the Mavericks would go on to load the bases. But ultimately, 3 came home to score. And the count evens up on Caravallis here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cateridge looking for a quick 1-2-3 first. And that won't do it as that's lined into center field for a base hit. Caravallis is on with a 2-out single. And that will bring Sydney Johnston to the plate.
Nice job of hitting there by Caravallis, knocking that one up the middle for the Mavericks' first hit of this game.
Two out, runner on first for Mercy College. And that's it on the ground toward first base, and Acosta will step on the bag for the final out of the inning. So Cateridge surrenders the 1 base hit, nothing comes of it, and we have no score headed to the bottom half of inning number 1.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Mavericks. And during that last break, our statistician, Louis Matrone, provided me with the starting lineup. So a special thank you to Louis for that, as I will bring those starting lineups to you. First for the Dolphins as they come to the plate in the bottom half of the first. Leading off will be the pitcher, number 14, Jacqueline Cateridge. Batting second is the first baseman, number 16, Anissa Acosta. Batting third is the third baseman, number 5, Samantha McPherson. In the cleanup spot is the shortstop, number 23, Liz Moore. Batting fifth is the second baseman, number 10, Layla Aponte. The right fielder, number 11, Avery Mockery, bats sixth. The catcher, Isabel Gallo, wears number 2 and will bat seventh. The center fielder, number 3, Mariah Carcano, bats eighth. And the left fielder, number 20, Jessica Carrion, bats ninth. First pitch of the game from Sabrina Gonzalez is lined into left field for a base hit. And once again, Cateridge goes after the first pitch, and this time lines a base hit into left.
Nice job of heading there by Cateridge to turn on that one and pull it into left field for a leadoff single.
That will bring Anissa Acosta to the plate. Acosta nearly ended the early game with a walk-off home run. And were it not for the wind, I'm fairly certain Acosta would have easily sent that ball over the left field wall.
Looks like we got some lineup card controversy right now, as perhaps head coach Jamie Lorenzo is wondering if the Dolphins are batting out of order.
It's definitely a controversy with the Dolphins lineup, as I saw the Dolphins lineup card in hand. Now, I know there was a late change, and Lewis is about to pass that along to me, so I'll mute my microphone.
So we'll see. Lewis, they're asking for the lineup card. Lewis asking for the lineup card, so Lewis will get that over to the interim coach at this point. Interesting. So is it going to be an out, Joe?
Okay, so we found the issue. The Dolphins lineup card had Anissa Acosta written in as number 26. Acosta wears 16. So Acosta is out.
So does 26 have to come in now?
I'm not sure if there is a 26,
right,
but the home plate umpire said the batter is out. So that would be Acosta. Now it looked as if they were motioning over toward first base.
Well, we're going to put an out on the board here now.
There's certainly one out. There's no question about that.
Going to be tough for Lewis to score that. Someone will have to clue in Nino on the scoreboard to put it out. Not privy to the information right here, but Tracy's going to come back on the field to try to sort this out, despite being tossed from the game.
Not something you see very often. So Acosta is out. And Sam McPherson, the hero of Game 1, will be the batter.
So a clerical error here gives the Dolphins an out. But it looks like head coach Garofalo has been able to re-enter the game.
It sure looks that way. Now Lewis needs my help, so I'll mute my microphone. Nick, take the call on this next at bat.
All right, and the first pitch here to McPherson. High for ball one. Pitcher goes and picks up some dirt. And we get ready for the 1-0 pitch here as it's delivered. And that is low and inside for ball two. So 2-0 here. Runner on first and one out. McPherson, the hero of Game 1. She had the walk-off. And Joe, McPherson's looking to continue her clutch hitting here on Senior Day. That pitch is swung on and popped up. First base comes Lumber and makes the catch. So a nice job there by Caravias to make the catch, and there's now 2 outs.
Now batting the shortstop, number 23.
Thank you, Nick, for taking care of that. As in between innings, I'll walk over and try and help Lewis with that scoring, as there has to be a command for hitting out of order. It's something.
It always helps to have a former member of the SID department on staff to help with official scoring, and sometimes those buttons can get tricky.
It's those commands that get tricky, especially in basketball when you have J for a jump shot, but Y for a three-pointer. So experience certainly doesn't hurt, as Liz Moore lines that one out to right field, and Ricci is there to make the catch. So we'll head to break quickly, and I'll go help Lewis. When we come back, no score in the second inning.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
First pitch of the second inning misses for ball one as I get back to my seat just in time. We still have to work on scoring that very unorthodox play from the previous half inning as that's popped up. And once again, Aponte ranging onto the outfield grass to make an over-the-shoulder catch for the first out.
Nice job there by Aponte, showing off the range. Went away.
Now batting the center fielder, number 26, Haley Puglia.
So for those who missed it, Game 1 saw the Dolphins leading 2-0. Dolphins would go on to lead 3-1 after both teams scored a run in the fifth. Dolphins surrendered 3 in the top of the seventh. During that half inning, Tracy Garofalo received a warning for arguing balls and strikes. Dolphins went into the bottom half of the seventh, trailing 4-3. On the first pitch in the bottom half of that seventh inning, Tracy was ejected for arguing balls and strikes once again. Now here, in Game 2, we had a discrepancy in the Dolphins lineup. Anissa Acosta was penciled in as number 26. She wears 16. She was called out. That forced Tracy to return to the field. She cleared things up, was sent packing once again since she is not eligible to coach in this game. And with that situation cleared up, we had to score it during the break. So
she must have been close by if they were able to call her to the field. She must be watching from probably down right field somewhere.
Well, she's in the dugout right now.
I think they let her back in. They were like, "This is crazy here with the lineups. Let's get somebody in here who's done this before."
Sure looks that way. She is in the Dolphins dugout right now. So, a very interesting situation. Quickly 2 away after Haley Puglia was quickly retired, and Nicole Smart is the batter.
What I say, Joe, is every time I do a softball game here, I always see something I've never seen before, every single game.
Never fails. It really doesn't. That's grounded foul down the third base line.
Today we saw the lineup card issue, and the craziest thing in Game 1 was, of course, the foul tip off the catcher's mask, off the umpire, over the fence here at the backstop and into the bleachers.
I still like that horse head atop the Mavericks dugout on the fence as that's fouled straight back at us.
Five-third.
And that's hit down the right field line. Foul.
When we come back for the bottom of the second, Joe will give us an update on men's baseball.
I will.
So something to look forward to there.
I heard they just wrapped up an inning up there as some announcements were coming over the public address system. Here comes another 0-2 pitch, and that misses up high for ball one. Comes the 1-2. That's chopped toward the middle. Aponte can't make the play, and her throw is not in time. Nick, we'll need a replay on that one. Lewis is asking me hit or error. I think she had a play if she fields cleanly, but let's take another look.
Well, we'll have the replay ready. Not sure how well I'm going to be able to tell you off my monitor here, but I know you have the iPhone monitor, which you'll be able to review in between innings to get the official score on that. But we'll play it for our audience here after this pitch.
The question is, if the ball is not bobbled, did she have a definitive out at first? As the error, or what could be an error, does not prove impactful, and the flip to second is in time for the force out.
Before we go to break, I'll just play it real quick here. Here we go. I would tend to maybe lean towards error there, but really tough for me to see on my monitor, which is covered in sun glare and dirt.
All right, so error will be the official scoring. Lewis is coming over to check with me, but we head to break. Still no score going to the bottom half of the second.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. And I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do. Be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back for the bottom half of the second inning, as Layla Aponte lines that one foul down the right field line. During the break, we did confirm error on that ground ball. Certainly, there was a play at first if the ball was handled cleanly. And for the Dolphins, that will be their first error of the game. Layla Aponte leads things off for the Dolphins in the home second. She's behind in the count here, 0-1. And that pitch is taken low.
Joe has a delicious-looking Vaca chicken parm hero here with us, and very smartly using the sun to his advantage to warm it up.
That's right. Unfortunately, the action hasn't cooperated, as that's lined over to second for the out.
So, Joe, we did promise it, so it's time for that baseball update.
Well, you're putting me on the spot, Nick. I have to try and reconnect to the internet, but I do have that open. At last check, the score was 6-4 Bridgeport. Currently, the score is 8-4 in favor of Bridgeport.
Still game one over there, so there may be a chance.
There's a good chance.
Good chance of broadcast for game two.
There's a very good chance, depending on how this game moves. Right now, they're in the bottom half of the seventh inning. So they have 2.5 innings to go.
Plus at least a 30-minute break.
At least.
Last game we did, though, was about 45 minutes on the break. The last doubleheader.
We will see.
Could be the first time that you, me, and Andrew are on a call together.
That will be the crew if we make our way over there in time. But if we want to make that happen, we will need to be very quick on the cleanup. We'll have to transport the crate over right away. And
better get a golf cart over here.
That's right. Can't make it happen without the cart. As Mockery lines one into left field for a base hit. And Avery Mockery is on with a one-out single.
Mockery ripping that one into left and is on base here. So it's certainly official here that Coach Garofalo is back, reinstated for this one. She is coaching third base.
Okay.
So maybe it was all of a strategy to fill out the lineup card wrong and say, you know what, we gotta get somebody with some experience back out here.
It was brought to our attention in between games that Tracy couldn't be in the umpire's line of sight during this game. And apparently that changed.
So like I did mention earlier, there was some, when I was over there trying to help Nino reset the scoreboard, there was some chatter going on. And they said, where's your athletic director? He needs to come back here. We need to discuss with him. So one of the assistant coaches had to call Coach Tibbs to come down here, and then from there, something was resolved.
Maybe that's when the decision was made, as that's fouled away by Isabel Gallo.
Is he
over the visitors' dugout?
Is he the supervisor for the site today in this game, or is that?
That I'm not sure about. Taking a look at the crew down here, I'd say there's a good chance. Now, Alberto was down here earlier as well.
I did see Alberto between games head over to baseball, but he was here for the whole first game.
That pitch skips in the dirt.
I did think I saw Erin in the stands earlier.
She was at baseball when I went and picked up my lunch. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on the Dolphins catcher. And that's hit well out to right center field, headed toward the gap, and that ball is down. It's cut off in right center field as Mockery slides into third base safely, and Gallo on the throw moves up to second.
Great job there by Gallo to read that throw and go to second. And now the Dolphins here, runners at second and third with 1 out. Prime chance to score. We're going to have a pinch hitter, though, it looks like.
And once again, Claudia Porcaro will pinch hit as Mariah Carcano was due up. But as I said during Game 1, Nick, the Dolphins typically turn to Porcaro with runners on base. And in this spot with 2 in scoring position, Porcaro has a chance to chase home a couple of runs on senior day.
My only question is, if you're going to pinch hit for Porcaro in the first, second, or third inning now, why not start her?
Defense. You don't want to take Carrion's glove out of left field for sure, and Carcano is solid defensively in center as well. So,
how about the offensive player spot?
Right now, they don't have a designated player, do they?
I did not see the lineup card, so I will defer to you.
They do not. But that's because the pitcher, Jackie Cateridge, is hitting. Nicole Rivera did not hit in Game 1, so there's really nowhere to put her in this lineup.
So to assume this will be it. 1 at bat, and then she'll be subbed out.
Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Porcaro. Comes the 1 and 2. That's off the outside corner.
Now, coming into a game to pinch hit is challenging on its own. But knowing you're only going to come up to pinch hit when runners are in the scoring position, that puts a tremendous weight on your shoulders.
Sure does. But the way the Dolphins have managed their lineup, you would think that Claudia perhaps expected to come in this spot. As that's it out to right. Mockery will try and score. The throw at the plate is bobbled, and Mockery slides in safely.
Well, Claudia comes in and gets the sac fly. Dolphins ahead 1-0 here. But it looks like we have a injury to the Mavericks catcher.
The Mavericks certainly had the out at the plate. Throw was bobbled, and that's where they lost the play. Now, Crawford looked like she may have gotten spiked on the slide. And with the help of Allison Ocasio, our head athletic trainer here at CSI, Crawford is back to her feet, and she'll dust herself off. It appears as if she'll remain in the game.
Allison was quite busy last Saturday in the baseball game that you and I broadcasted.
She was. Didn't get a look at that Dolphins lineup over at baseball, but they had some injury concerns coming out of that last game as well. As I mentioned before, we had to scramble to get starting lineups. Nick still hasn't seen a lineup card, so he's working based off of what he sees on his computer screen, but
which is not much, Joe.
Not much, that's right. I mean, if it weren't for my sunglasses, I'd be calling this game with my eyes closed, because the amount of dirt blowing around the area immediately behind home plate is making it very difficult on me. But my point was going to be, as we scramble to get lineups, I did not bring you the numbers for Sabrina Gonzalez, the Mavericks starting pitcher, so I have those right here. Gonzalez comes in having appeared in 21 games, including 13 starts. She's pitched to a 1-11 record with a 2.26 whip and a 6.25 ERA. She has 7 complete games. In 77 1/3, she's allowed 129 base hits, 83 runs, 69 of those earned. She's walked 46, struck out 36, and 340 opposing batters are hitting .379 against her. At the plate for the Dolphins is Jessica Carrion. For Carrion, this is her first at bat of the game, and she's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Gallo is the runner over at third. And the 0-2 pitch is lined straight into the Dolphins dugout. Foul ball.
That would have been a good time for everybody to yell heads up, because it was coming for everybody's heads, but nobody said anything. But everybody got out of the way.
There are no fewer than 5 or 6 Dolphins who have their heads up over the fence, and all 5 of them immediately took evasive action. As that 0-2 pitch misses outside. Comes the 1-2, and that is lined just foul. Now, on that ball, Yolanda Bowman, the third baseman for the Mavericks, nearly got a glove on it. If there's contact made on that ball, that's a fair ball because she was standing just inside the line. Here comes the 1-2, and that misses away.
Brown had a nice effort there, but just out of her reach.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the home second. And the pitch from Gonzalez is blooped. Foul territory. And Lula could not make the dive and catch. Great effort, as it looked like she might have gotten a glove on it.
Tremendous effort there. She did get her glove on that.
Baseball in the 8th inning right now as Carrion swings and misses for strike 3. The score up the hill remains 8-4 in favor of Bridgeport as they play in the 8th. So here at the softball complex, the Dolphins take their first lead in game number 2. Our score 1-0 going to the 3rd.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins now lead the Mavericks by a score of 1-0. Jackie Cateridge returns to the circle for CSI. Has allowed just 1 base hit through the first 2 innings. And she will face 9, 1, and 2 in the Mercy lineup here in the 3rd. And the first pitch from Cateridge is taken for strike 1. Following this at bat, I'll run through the Mercy lineup one time, as didn't get to share that at the top of the show. And very quickly, Lula is behind, no balls and 2 strikes. Comes the 0-2 pitch. That misses low. Comes the 1-2. And that misses out of the zone.
Maddie Lula with a very patient approach on those last 2 pitches.
Here comes the 2-2. And that's it on the ground to third. McPherson has it. Throw to first just in time. And Lula is retired for the first out.
Nice job fielding that by McPherson, and a strong throw over to first.
That will bring Alexis Crawford to the plate. And as promised, the lineup for Mercy very quickly. Crawford, Cisco, Caravias, Johnston, Bowman, Puglia, Smart, Ricci, Lula. And that's it on the ground to short by Crawford. Throw to first just in time.
Tremendous throw there by Moore. Had to find that one over there to get the speedy runner out.
Left side of the Dolphins infield getting a chance to show off the arm strength, and there are now 2 gone. Shannon Cisco is the batter. She looks to bunt, and she offered at that pitch for strike 1. We mentioned Cisco's numbers up at the plate during game 1. Certainly the situation the Dolphins want to face her in with the bases empty. And the 0-1 is downstairs. Comes the 1-1, and that's hit sharply on the ground and past Moore at shortstop for a 2-out base hit.
Well, like you mentioned, Joe, no need for a panic at the Cisco because she got that hit with nobody on base there, and that's the way you want to face her with her deadly bat.
That's right. Certainly not time to panic yet. Still 2 outs in the inning. Alexandra Caravias will be the batter, and she fouls the first pitch she sees straight back. Caravias singled her last time up. She and Cisco accounting for the 2 Mercy College base hits in the game, as that's grounded towards short, and Moore was heading over to second to cover, and that vacates a hole on the left side.
Well, Joe, what happened there, as you mentioned, she went to cover. That's why, a lot of times you do see teams have their second baseman cover if it's a righty up at plate and vice versa. Right there, the Dolphins had the shortstop Moore going to cover, and it backfired. And now for the Mavericks, it's runners at the corner here with 2 outs.
Sydney Johnston is the batter. And that's hit well out to left. Carry on giving chase, and she makes the catch in the gap for the final out of the inning. 2 Mercy College base hits in the frame. Those runners are stranded, and the Dolphins maintain a 1-run lead heading to the bottom half of the 3rd.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Bottom half of the 3rd inning about to get started from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still lead 1-0. Top of the order for CSI due up, Cateridge, Acosta, McPherson. And that pitch is hit in the air softly, but Bowman could not get there. Cateridge 1 for 1 at the plate. Lined a single to left field her first time up. And the 0-1 pitch sails up and away.
Let's go, Sabatron. Let's go, babe.
Comes the 1-1. And that's lined back into center field for a base hit. And Cateridge continues to swing a red-hot bat. She's now 2 for 2 in this game.
Surprisingly there, Joe, she did take a pitch. So she gets her hit there on the second pitch of the at-bat. We saw her in the first game swing at the first pitch twice.
It's been quite the senior day so far for the Dolphins pitcher. And now Anissa Acosta will be the batter. Acosta did not get to swing the bat her first time up, came to the plate. Lineup card read number 26, though the name was correct. However, Acosta wears 16, and that was enough to warrant an automatic out.
So it is her first at-bat of the game. Fortunately for her, I think that error in the card might affect her personal stats.
That's a good point, Nick, as that's it on the ground back toward the circle, and Gonzalez with a low underhanded toss that is scooped out by Caravallas, and that is the third time we have seen a throw or a toss over to first today where the first baseman's been forced to make a nice play.
Caravallas with a great scoop there. That became a much more difficult play than it had to be.
That does advance Cateridge to second base, and fellow senior Sam McPherson comes to the plate. McPherson is 0 for 1. Popped out on the infield her first time up. And the 0-1 pitch misses up and away. Throw behind Cateridge, not nearly in time.
It's already been a senior day to remember for McPherson, with a huge walk-off hit in Game 1 to give the Dolphins a victory. Come from behind victory.
Comes the 1-1, and that's fouled away. Really a roller coaster of a game during Game 1. Dolphins had the early lead. Took a 2-run lead into the 7th. It got away. They trailed by 1. And what could have easily been among their most disappointing losses of the season turned into one of their most thrilling victories.
Right now, in this game, the script looks a lot like the script in the first, so we'll see how it plays out here.
Comes the 1-2. Once again, that's fouled away.
Baseball heading to the end of their game. Thomas Martin coming to the plate. It's the most play-by-play we can give you here without seeing what's going on.
I can give you a bit more. They're actually one play behind on the live stats, but baseball is threatening as that's hit out to center field. And Puglia drops the ball. Right off the heel of the glove, as Puglia may have overran it by just a step, and that cost her the play.
And you heard somebody in the stands, Joe, ask the question, which everybody on the Mavericks bench is wondering, how does that happen?
That's a tough break in the circle for Sabrina Gonzalez. At the plate is Liz Moore.
So baseball threatening, softball threatening here. It's looking good at this moment for the Dolphins.
Baseball has the tying run at the plate in the bottom half of the 8th inning, as that's pulled foul. Now, the way our live stats are oriented, once it advances to a particular inning, it populates both the top and the bottom half of the inning with zeros. So I was having a hard time figuring out what inning they were in. But it does say at the top if I scroll up, as Moore lines that one just foul. But the situation at baseball is bottom half of the 8th, nobody out, runners on second and third, Thomas Martin at the plate, Dolphins trailing 8-5.
It's a good hitter to have up if you're Coach Morrow.
Sure is. Martin's already 1 for 3 in the game with 2 runs batted in and a walk. And that's blooped out to shallow right, and that falls for a base hit. throw comes to the plate, but Cateridge holds at third. And the Dolphins now have the bases loaded with just one out, and Layla Aponte coming to the plate.
Aponte coming up here with the bases loaded. We'll see what they try to do here. Any chance of a bunt here, Joe, to try to push the run across?
I sure hope not. I sure hope not.
Third baseman, first baseman, both playing in at the corners. So they are certainly not ruling out the possibility here.
I can't express how much I would hate it as Aponte takes ball one.
Well, it doesn't seem like she is going to be bunting here.
I would be shocked. I've covered every home game this year. I would be shocked if the Dolphins bunted here. And the 1-0 misses for ball two. Well, Nick, I don't have the play-by-play in front of me. I'll check it out after this next pitch, but the Dolphins just hit into a double play as that one's blooped foul.
Boy, oh boy.
Now, I'm looking at the official stats. I have a Martin ground out to second base for the first out, but I have 2 outs on the stats, so...
Issue with the lineup card, perhaps?
No, because 1 runner is on base now. We had 2 before, as Aponte slices that one just foul.
Had to be a pickoff.
I can tell you this.
A tag and then a throw to first, perhaps?
The live stats don't give any clarification, so I have no idea how that second out was recorded, but we'll talk more about that after this at bat. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count on Aponte, and she takes up and in.
Full count now. Aponte doing a great job here, and of course, a walk is as good as a hit here, as it will bring in a run.
Nowhere to put Aponte. Bases loaded with Dolphins. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's popped up on the infield, and we have another infield fly.
Properly called and caught anyway. So Mavericks now 1 out away from getting out of this bases loaded jam.
Well, you missed it, Nick. Me and my bloodline were holding up the ones. Our statistician, Louis Matrone, our public address announcer, Andrew Rotundo, and myself throwing ones to the sky with that infield fly. As Mockery pops one up on the infield, and that will do it for the home half of the third. Dolphins load the bases with just 1 out, but failed to score. They still lead it 1-0 headed to the fourth.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we're back for the fourth inning from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins loaded the bases during the previous half inning, but did not score as that is grounded just foul. At the plate is Ilana Bowman. She's 0 for 1. Flew out her first time up.
Dolphins with 5 hits, Mercy with 3. But the Dolphins left 3 on last inning.
Shout out to our friend and colleague Nick Bavona watching from home. He has been tuned in all day long as that's ripped into left field for a base hit. Another member of our bloodline. I know he was home holding up the one.
Thanks for watching, Nick, and your Unarm Right hoodie, one of our proud sponsors here, is currently on campus. So we'll see if it remains in a trunk or if it's left here. But one day you'll be wearing that, and we thank Unarm Right for being a proud sponsor.
Of course. And Nick will be here tomorrow, so you can leave that with us.
Sounds good.
We'll see him tomorrow. I'll be joined on the call by Nick Bavona tomorrow for CSI Dolphins baseball. Dolphins take on the Saints of DeUville College.
The Saints will be marching in here on Sunday. And it's going to be a lot of games in a few days span here for the Dolphins.
I already made an error, and we haven't even called tomorrow's game yet. It's DeUville University. I had to write that down when the Saints visited the softball complex to make sure I got it right, but it's DeUville University coming in tomorrow. As that's it out to right, and Mockery is there to make the catch. So Haley Puglia is retired, and Bowman is forced to hold it first.
I'd like to give a shout out to Nino, who's doing the scoreboard for the first time this season on softball, and no errors to speak of at this point. So good job out of him. Without being trained on that, he's a natural.
I was about to say, no errors and no training, and he has picked it up seamlessly. I've only had to call over one time, and it was after a very fluky play in the first game on the sacrifice fly, so great job by Nino today. At the plate is Nicole Smart, and she fouls that pitch away.
Our official statistician, Lewis, doing a good job as well, having some command issues, but overall, pretty solid game, and Andrew's doing a great job on PA as well.
Well, Lewis can't see the screen, so he's doing a tremendous job, as you are as well, battling the sunlight.
Between the sun and the dirt, it's very challenging to work here today.
I had to work on that screen twice this year, and I have to say, not the greatest experience.
It's going to be a walk there.
That was a hit batter. Had to be. There's only one ball up on the scoreboard. I think that hit Smart on the bounce.
See if I can pull a replay, if I'm able to navigate through my screen here.
Unless Nino had a major error.
I think it's got to be hit by pitch, or unless it was could have been a catcher's interference, as that ball is lost in the sun. We'll have to check with our statistician, Lewis, in between innings.
Regardless of what the call is, that puts the tying run in scoring position for the Mavericks. And Ariana Ricci is the batter. Ricci's 0 for 1, hit into a fielder's choice her first time up. And that's it out to shallow right center, and that's down for a base hit. The tying run will come in to score. And advancing from first to third is Smart. It's an RBI single for Ariana Ricci, and the Mavericks have tied the score.
Well, right now that hit batsman is coming into play major. So we'll see if we can get a clean look.
Well, Nick, we can't hear you. Move your microphone down. There you go.
Joe, I cannot see anything. I'm getting all this combobulated over here, but that's the replay. And honestly, your guess is as good as mine because I can't see anything, but it does look like it may have bounced.
One away here in the top half of the fourth as Jackie Cateridge will look to keep the Dolphins even in this game. Comes the 1-0. And that's up high. At the plate is Maddie Lula. Lula with a chance to drive home the go-ahead run out of the 9th-place spot in the Mavericks lineup. She takes a called strike. Lula is 0 for 1 in the game, grounded out her first time up. The runner on third is Smart. Ricci the runner at first. And the count evens up at 2-2 on the Maverick shortstop. And the 2-2 is hit out to left center field, and Carrion won't get to that one as that falls for another Mavericks base hit. Smart comes home with the go-ahead run, and it's an RBI single for Maddie Lula to put Mercy College ahead by a score of 2-1.
And we'll have a change here, as we'll have a new pitcher.
And we're going to have a pitching change as we had to get our scoreboard situation sorted out in left field. The score reads 3-1 right now, so they'll get that changed.
I do think you might have to go over there and help out because it looks like it's jammed.
If necessary, I will be able to do that. As the new Dolphins pitcher will be Anissa Acosta, so for Jackie Cateridge, she likely departs the circle for the final time in her CSI career, but she remains in the game as she will move over to first base. So Cateridge's day is not done. She just slides over a few feet to first. If they're having issues with the scoreboard, I'll walk over and get that fixed right now. So, Nick, you take it away for a few minutes, and I'll be back once we fix the scoreboard.
Like the Mercy run on the scoreboard, they're not being able to remove it for some reason. There were some issues in the middle of the game, but we're going to have the new pitcher here, so stepping up to the plate, Alexis Crawford, the catcher, as the scoreboard has been fixed, so good job out of Nino. Never a doubt that Nino was going to figure it out. And Crawford awaits the first pitch here. And here that pitch comes. Taken outside for ball 1.
Nino beat me to it, Nick. So I'm back.
He figured it out. No training on how to remove runs or anything.
None. No training at all. As that pitch finds the zone for a called strike. Alexis Crawford at the plate here. Chance to extend her team's lead against Anissa Acosta. And I'll have the numbers on Acosta after this next pitch as that sails up high for ball 1.
Looks like Crawford perhaps looking to bunt here.
One more pitch and I have those numbers as Acosta catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. So Acosta comes in having appeared in 16 games, including 6 starts. She's pitched to a record of 7-8 with a 1.57 whip and a 3.12 ERA. She has 4 complete games and 2 shutouts. As that swung on and missed for strike 3, and Crawford chased a bad pitch down in the dirt right there.
Yeah, it was not the strike zone, that's for sure. And she chases, and that's the second out here.
That will bring Shannon Cisco to the plate. And Cisco takes a ball. Rest of the numbers for Acosta. In 67 1/3, she's allowed 65 hits, 35 runs, 30 of those earned. She's walked 41, struck out 31, 267 opposing batters, hitting 243 against her. the 1-0 misses for ball 2. Ricci the runner at second, Lula the runner at first, and that is line foul.
Mavericks interim head coach Jamie Lorenzo kind of dodged that one.
Good footwork there as that was hit hard. She's having a laugh about it with Tracy Garofalo right now. Count runs to 3-1 on Cisco. Alexandra Caravallas would be next. And that catches the outside corner for a called strike 2.
One pitch away here from limiting the damage.
Well, Nick, I don't think baseball is going to be done anytime soon, as the payoff pitch is bounced back toward the circle, off the glove of Acosta, and Moore does not have a play at first.
Tough break there off the glove of Acosta. And once she didn't feel that cleanly, it allowed the runner to get on base. So I'm going to guess with baseball, Joe, extra, read all about it. We're going to extra innings?
We are not, but the bases are loaded in the top of the 9th. There is nobody out. And the Purple Knights just added 2 more runs.
Uh-oh.
They entered the inning leading 8-5. They've now scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th. They lead CSI 13-5. There are still runners on the corners with nobody out. So take that for what it's worth. I think there's a good chance we're calling game 2 on the baseball diamond.
We'll see, Joe. I mean, it's only a 2-1 game here, so we could get some extra innings.
The pace of play over at softball is just different.
Yes, but we need to have a definitive winner here.
We do. Still 3.5 innings to go at least. We'll see. This game approaching the 1 hour mark right now. Already 12 hits in the game, according to the scoreboard, and I actually did not score the last play, so that is correct.
So with the Foreman formula time calculation, you're saying the rest of this game will be almost the same amount of time as the 9th inning of baseball.
The 9th inning plus 40 minutes, plus maybe about 10 to move everything over. And now
you'll be cutting it very close.
We would. If we can get on within the first inning, we do it. If not, then they'll have to settle for live stats. But we're going to try. I can promise you that.
Got to hope for ScoreBot. You got to make sure Ethernet cables are set up. A lot has to go right.
That doesn't take too long, as that's fouled away down the right field line and out of play. So the bases are loaded for the Mavericks here. 2 outs. The count is full on Caravallas. And Acosta, with nowhere to put her, is looking for a huge third out to keep this a 1-run game. Here comes another payoff pitch. And that is not close for ball 4.
And that'll plate the 3rd run for the Mavericks.
Well, the walk has been the Achilles heel for Acosta this year. And once again, it comes back to bite her in this spot. Still nowhere to put a runner, and Sydney Johnston is the batter. Johnston ahead in the count here, 1-0. She looks at ball 2. And time has been called. Dolphins will have a conference in the circle here, as Acosta has fallen behind 2-0 against Sydney Johnston. The command issues for the Dolphins right-hander continue in this game, as from time to time she has been unable to find the strike zone, and this is a spot where the Dolphins couldn't afford that.
Bases loaded here, so nowhere to put the batters. Do not want to have back-to-back bases loaded walks.
With 2 out in the inning, Acosta has to force Johnston to put the ball in play, and there's a swing and a miss by the Mavericks' designated player for strike 1, and that gets Acosta back into the at-bat. Two balls and 1 strike the count. And Acosta's pitch misses up and away for ball 3.
Critical pitch here to the game. It's a 3-1 pitch upcoming.
And the 3-1 is on its way, and that's hit in the air, foul territory down the left field line, and that ball gets down.
Full count now. 3-2, 2 outs. Bases loaded. Mavericks up 3-1 here in the 4th.
Acosta's already up over 20 pitches since coming into the game. Here comes the 3-2. And that is taken down and away for ball 4.
Might be time for a pitching change, Joe.
Acosta has now walked in 2 runs. It's a 4 spot in the inning for the Mavericks. They now lead it by 3 runs, and a base hit here by Ilana Bowman could break this game wide open. And Bowman takes way upstairs for ball 1, and I think that might be it, Nick. Tracy Garofalo just called for Kelsey Strayer, but she remains about 2 steps from the dugout entrance. And the 1-0 is hit on the ground back to the circle, and Acosta's throw is in time to retire Bowman for the final out of the inning. But not before the Mavericks plate 4 runs. They strand the bases loaded, but they take a 3-run lead into the bottom half of the 4th when we come back.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Bottom of the 4th getting started from the CSI softball complex as Isabel Gallo fouls back the first pitch from Sabrina Gonzalez. Dolphins now trailing for the first time in this game. After 4 Mavericks runs in the top half, have put them ahead by 3, and that's it out to left by Gallo, and the catch is made by Shannon Cisco for the first out.
Center fielder number 3, Mariah Carcano.
That will bring Mariah Carcano to the plate. Mariah Carcano takes ball 1. Carcano's quickly ahead 2-0. It sounds like they have reached the middle of the 9th inning over at baseball.
Could also be a pitching change.
You're right, it could be, and I think that's what happened. And it looks like Jake Myers may be the new Dolphins pitcher. We haven't seen Myers pitch this year as Carcano hits one on the ground to short. And the throw could not be scooped by Caravias. That's a low throw, and that's going to go down as an error.
Absolutely.
That's an E6.
Now batting the left fielder, number 20, Jessica Carry-On.
Certainly on the throw there.
No doubt.
That's fair. That's something I don't like about baseball and softball at the collegiate or low levels, where a bad throw.
Once again, that one hit on the infield, and there's another low throw.
Right, and I was going to finish my thought there is that I hate when the first baseman gets blamed for not scooping it. They shouldn't have to scoop it every time.
No.
It should be a perfect throw. So I really don't like when the first baseman gets blamed because they weren't able to scoop the throw. Shouldn't have to scoop it in the first place.
I completely agree with you. They give errors on throws that aren't scooped?
I wouldn't say they're official scorers. I would say teammates, disgruntled fans, coaches. You should not be complaining about the first base and not making a scoop.
I agree, as that's lined into left, and Caterage has another base hit. She will advance to second on the throw, but is tagged out as the Dolphins do get a run in to score. It's an RBI single for Jacqueline Caterage. The Dolphins are back to within 2, but Caterage is tagged out, and the inning is over. Dolphins now trail 4-2 as Nick and I were engulfed in dirt and chalk.
I cannot see anything right now.
Well, I'm going to give you a few moments.
That was terrible.
Yeah. Not the first time today that's happened, but I'll give you a few moments to send us to break. Dolphins trail 4-2.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back for the 5th inning, as that is a foul ball off the bat of Haley Puglia.
Joe, I had to grab a Clorox wipe there because the keyboard and screen were completely covered after that slide at the plate. That was something.
That's the second time today we've had a slide into home plate that has engulfed Nick and I in chalk and dirt. You got the worst of it on that one. I got the worst of it on the first one, as that's popped up foul.
Currently, right now, I was able to, clean up the screen, but my sunglasses I cannot see out of due to the dirt on them. But I cannot take them off because then I'll get severe dirt in my eyes and cause more damage.
Well, I warned you about the dirt earlier in the game. I said I was battling the swirling wind and the dirt that was getting into my eyes. My sunglasses aren't much help either, but they are protecting my eyes. Now, I think goggles might be necessary for next year if we have a game where the infield dirt isn't soaked enough.
We could maybe borrow some from the swim team.
We could. We had 2 swimmers here earlier. You think they carry goggles on a daily basis in their to-go bag or something?
I think Mike Sorensen keeps his goggles in his car.
I have to ask him next time we speak to him.
Mike Sorensen's days on campus are numbered, Joe.
He has a distinction that not many have. Few can say that they are a CSI student athlete who has joined Joe Foreman on the call for a game. Very few have done it. Now, his call was at a swim meet, but you could argue he carried a much heavier burden than perhaps a color commentator would for a normal game.
Yes. Did Brandon or anybody else join you this year on the call, or no? The interns?
No.
No?
But they aren't athletes.
Oh, very true, very true.
And with that, Acosta has issued another walk, this time.
Were you surprised, Joe, to see her back out there to start this inning?
No, not at all. Acosta has been the Dolphins' best pitcher this year. And the Mavericks will play some small ball here. As Smart lays down the bunt, we have another low throw, and Caterich couldn't handle it.
Well, that was a tremendous bunt there.
It was.
Perfectly placed.
Now batting the right fielder, number 15, Ariana Ricci.
So that will bring Ariana Ricci to the plate. Now, we have the error on the low throw, correct? Or is that a hit?
I'm not sure what the official score gave it. I think they gave it a hit.
Well, the official scoring gave it a hit, but that was a good bunt. I have that as an error on the low throw because they had the out.
So it made E2. Got to check with the official score to make sure he did not give that E3, as we mentioned earlier. I do not want to see any errors on the first baseman for not scooping the ball. But we will have a substitution here, and we will have a new pitcher.
So Kelsey Strayer will enter the game and pitch for the second time today. Strayer came in late in game 1 as Anissa Acosta is removed from the game.
Strayer got the victory in game 1.
Coming in to pitch for the Dolphins. Number 13,
We gave you the numbers on Strayer during game 1, but Strayer recorded some tough outs for the Dolphins in that 7th inning during the first game. Was pitching with the bases loaded for much of that outing and was able to keep the Dolphins within 1. Now, with a break in the action here at softball, we'll turn our attention back over to baseball quickly.
The baseball debrief. Here we go.
We are still in the top of the 9th at baseball.
No.
So that game has not yet moved to the bottom of the 9th.
So what's the score at this point?
The bases remain loaded. The score is 18-5. So,
wow.
An ugly 9th inning. The Dolphins were right there, had a chance with the tying run at the plate in the 8th. Came up empty, scored just 1 run in that half inning, and now they've surrendered 10 in the 9th, and they trail 18-5. So, if this game continues at the rate it's going right now as we play in the top half of the 5th, I think there's a very good chance we call game 2 at baseball. Very good chance.
Well, right now, I don't know if I necessarily agree with you because the Dolphins are in trouble here, and this could be a prolonged top of the 5th.
Could be. Though a lot of the issues the Dolphins have had were because they haven't found the strike zone over the last 2 innings. So we'll see if Strayer can change that. Acosta really struggled with the walks. And that is off for that, hit right back to the circle. And that's nicely done by Strayer, who looks the runner back to third and throws out Ricci for a quick first out.
Big time pitch there. Give the first out. Showing bunt, faking it, and then swung away, but basically just chopped it to the pitcher, which would have the same effect as a bunt.
All right, Nick.
Infield's going to come up here, so they're going to try to cut off this run at the plate, which I think is a smart move.
I agree with you, especially playing late in the game in the 5th, just 1 out. No chance for a force at second. I like bringing the infield in here. All right, baseball is headed to the bottom of the 9th, trailing 18-5. So the top half of the 9th is over, as that's fouled straight back by Maddie Lula.
I'm a little worried here because Lula's cleats are untied.
That's a good eye you have.
I bring something different to the broadcast table.
Sure do. I won't argue with that. It's hard to find someone willing to sit in front of that computer on a sunny day. Twice this year was enough for me, as that's hit down the right field line, headed for foul territory, and the catch is made, but that will allow the run to score. Now, Nick, do you consider under any circumstances letting that ball fall foul?
If it was, the end, later in the game, you have to, but I think make the catch. That's the right move. And as far as me willingly sitting here in front of this computer screen, I'm not too sure about that.
Well, you're here and you haven't left yet, so I don't think we're keeping you against your will, though. If you did leave, I would be very upset because I would have to slide over, or more appropriately, the Mac would slide over to my lap and it would get shaded. I think you need to invest in one of these outdoor rockers.
Andrew Rotundo on engineering the baseball game, too, if there is a game.
For sure. Maybe I'll take a game. I haven't taken one in a while. I'll probably take that one.
Well, you'll have to dust this one off, this computer off.
We have a towel somewhere, but I think it's already covered in dirt. We'll see if it's any help.
It is here. It is covered in dirt. I did use the Clorox wipe in between innings, so we will figure something out.
So you go wipe and towel combo. You wipe first and then follow up with the towel to dry off. There's got to be a clean spot on it somewhere, as Alexis Crawford takes ball 3 inside. Big insurance run over at third for the Mavericks. Dolphins still have 9 outs to play with, but if you're Mercy College, you'd love to add on one more here. Comes the 3-1. And that misses outside for ball 4.
Well, once again, Joe, the bases are loaded.
2 on, Nick. Runners on the corners.
Well, once again, Joe, there are runners on the corners, and I'm having trouble seeing right now, so my apologies. I'm looking right into dust on my sunglasses.
I don't blame you for that mistake at all. I've been trying to catch up with the lack of lineups earlier in the day, and the runner is going. Throw goes to third, and Smart doesn't go anywhere. So now 2 in scoring position.
That's defensive indifference, not a stolen base.
If the throw doesn't go to second, that is absolutely defensive indifference.
So let's make sure the official score
Lewis
puts that
knows.
in.
Lewis knows. Uh-oh. The look he gave me didn't inspire much confidence. Want to know the count on Cisco. And she takes ball 2.
Well, it's definitely time to panic at the Cisco, Joe, because she is up here, runners on second and third. There are 2 outs. It's 2-0, so she's going to be sitting on that fastball down the middle here.
Do you panic with an open first base? And Cisco fouls that one away. Now, there is action in the Dolphins bullpen, and Alexis Miramontes is throwing. So we could see Miramontes for the second straight game if Strayer continues to have problems finding the strike zone. Here comes the 2-1. And that's chopped on the ground to short, and Moore can't make the play. That is a routine ground ball and a play the Dolphins have to make. We've seen mistakes like that really hurt CSI in games throughout the season, and that's going to cost them at least 1 run here as the Mavericks now lead at 6-2, but there's certainly potential for that to cost the Dolphins much more. Runner going on the pitch, and the throw is off of Moore's glove. They had the out, and I think you have to rule that another error, Nick. That was a sure thing at second. They had the out. Now, did the slide dislodge the ball, or did she drop it? That's the question.
Have to check with the official scorer on his thoughts.
I think it was a bang-bang play. It was close, but it sure looked like Moore just dropped the ball. Now, if she didn't, that's a stolen base, and I would guess that's the scoring.
It looks like the Dolphins got a third error.
Well, the Dolphins, I believe, should have 3 errors. I'll double-check that, but yeah, they should have 3 if you don't count that as an error, but
so the throw to first went down as an error from Gallo.
yes.
We will have to check, though.
That's popped up, and that should get the Dolphins out of it as McPherson makes the catch. But the error by Moore cost the Dolphins a run in the inning. 2 more come home for Mercy College. They now lead the Dolphins 6-2 heading to the bottom of the 5th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back for the bottom half of the 5th inning as Anissa Acosta looks at a called strike 1. With the pitching change, Acosta moved back to first base. And she takes that pitch low. Acosta 0 for 2 at the plate in this game. Now, I would think her first at bat, where she was called out because of an error on the lineup card, does go down on her stat line as an out, but either way, still looking to get on base for the first time as she looks at a called strike 2. And Acosta lines one just foul. Nick, we have a final at the baseball diamond. Dolphins lose game 1 by a final score of 18-6. So if they take 30 to 40 minutes to get started, we will be cutting it very close.
I don't think you're going to make it, Joe.
And Acosta takes that down in the dirt.
Our next game on this field, the softball field here, will be May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, the staff, faculty versus student softball game.
Comes to 2-2, and that's it on the ground to second. Tough hop handled nicely by Smart, and she throws out Acosta for the first out. Now, back to the topic of that May 5th game. As our viewers know, if they watched our last broadcast, you and I took to the softball outfield and participated in the faculty, staff versus students football game. We picked up the win in that. Now, I don't believe I've been a part of a losing effort in a faculty, staff versus students game, as McPherson is on with a base hit here. But I do intend to keep that going come softball. Now, I may have been wide receiver 1 at football. You will be leading the way for the staff at softball.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I would hope I'm leading off. I'd probably be pitching. Pitched a gem this morning. Complete game, no earned runs. So expect more of that. And we've been told via calendar invite acceptance that the one and only Mr. Unreliable Joseph Calabrese will be playing, and he'll be catching. So that's a good battery right there. But I don't even know how the rest of the field's going to be playing out here if we're going to have at least 8 people.
Well, I'll believe Mr. Calabrese is participating when I see it. Will Nino be here?
Nino will be teaching. So he will not.
So he won't. I don't know if anyone else on the crew will be here. Looks like we'll have to recruit, or I'll be playing the outfield by myself. Now, I may have to play the infield. In the past, we've had enough competent infielders where I can move to the outfield and give us the extra range. I do believe we played some games with 4 outfielders as well, so I don't know how many players we'll have.
4 outfielders would be ideal. That would be 10 people.
Yeah, well, let's focus on getting 9 first, as that's chopped toward the middle. Double play ball, and the Mavericks turn the 4-6-3 double play. So just like that, the McPherson base hit is erased, and the Dolphins are turned aside in the 5th. Our score remains 6-2 Mavericks.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
And we are back here, top of the 6th, the Mavericks at the plate. The first pitch to the batter, City Johnson, is in there for a strike. Mercy leads here 6-2 over CSI in the 6th inning, and it's 0-1 on the batter, Johnson. The second pitch, that is low, taken for a ball, and it's now 1-1.
Well, Nick, they know that we have a baseball game to call after this. That was a very speedy break in between half innings, and I was trying to enjoy my lunch, which I haven't touched until the last break. And
I will say this, Joe, if you don't get a cart over here soon, there's no shot you're going to be calling baseball.
We'll see.
I want to see you and Andrew wheeling the sports crate uphill.
I will not be wheeling the crate uphill, I can promise you that.
Now, does the ACC know of your plans to call the second baseball game?
He does.
Okay.
He said he'll create it. We'll see.
So there's room in the budget for that.
There is room in the budget. And that's hit sharply on the ground through the middle. And Sydney Johnston has her first base hit of game 2.
Nice stroke there. Send that one back up the middle. Dolphins really need to focus here and hunker down. Cannot let this get out of reach.
Dolphins with just 2 runs in the game on 7 base hits. If I'm not mistaken, that's right around where their game 1 hit total was, as Bowman was hit by that ball. Good call. Good call. Right on top of it was the home plate umpire.
Once it hits the batter, it's a dead ball.
Well, Bowman's still on first base, so.
She's out. Interference, I guess is the call.
My turn, Nick. As the dirt swallows up the area behind home plate.
So what was the official call there on that then?
She was hit by the ball out of the box. She bunted the ball, and when she left the box to run down the first base line, she was hit by the ball. She's out. Johnston sent back to first, and with one away, Haley Puglia will be the batter. Puglia is 0 for 2 in the game. Has grounded out, flew out, and walked. And that's fouled away.
So the question, Joe, then is, if there is a baseball broadcast, or even if there isn't, how does Lewis and how does Nino fill out their timesheets if the ACC is operating the stats?
We do
at
it
the baseball
for them.
Game? Interesting. Okay. Better
That
make
catches
sure
the inside corner.
Better make sure we get a correct spelling on Nino's last name.
We had an incorrect spelling of his last name?
It's just a tough last name in general to spell.
And that pitch hit sharply on the ground. Chance for 2. More steps on the bag, and the throw hit the runner?
Oh, that's what you call a heads-up play, Joe. That broke up
the helmet off?
Broke up the double play there by staying up, and the ball hit her right in the head.
Wow.
And like I said, Joe, you see something you never seen before every single softball game.
And that's every game of the doubleheader, not every broadcast.
Right.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. My eyes went over to first base. I was waiting for the ball, and I don't think they had to play it first anyway. But the helmet was knocked off of Johnston on her way to second base. She appeared to be okay as Aponte flips to second and forces out Puglia for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins will come to bat after this break, trailing by 4 runs. CSI down to their final 6 outs.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back for the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dolphins trailing 6-2. And the first pitch to Layla Aponte misses up high for ball 1. Layla's 0 for 2 at the plate. Flew out and lined out in 2 at-bats. Not to be lost in this game, it's been a very strong effort in the circle from Sabrina Gonzalez. And she's faced a lot of adversity in this game. The Dolphins have had plenty of runners on, but in both the 2nd and the 4th, Gonzalez did a great job to limit the damage and has been handed a 4-run lead by her team and is now 6 outs away from a win.
Very good job today pitching by her, the senior pitcher.
Here comes the 2-1. That's downstairs for ball 3. So if the Dolphins are going to get back into this game, this is exactly what they need. Aponte ahead in the count, 3-1. Should get a good pitch to hit here. Wouldn't be shocked if she took all the way. Comes 3-1. And that's in for a called strike.
Well, you were right, Joe. She took all the way.
Well, Aponte has shown an ability to fight off tough pitches foul with 2 strikes, so she's not an easy strikeout. And that's it back toward the middle, gloved by Gonzalez, and the underhand toss, perhaps the best one we've seen all day, is in time to retire Aponte.
Gonzalez flashed the leather there. Nice play by her, and her toss to first, and plenty of time to get out of Ponte.
And that will bring Avery Mockery to the plate. Mockery is 1 for 2 in the game, has singled and flew out her 2 at-bats. And Mockery gets tied up on that pitch and swings through it for strike 1. Comes the 0-1. That's it for a called strike 2. Now, ideally for the Dolphins, they would like to try and get their lineup back to the top of the order for the bottom half of the 7th. If they don't get a base runner in this inning, it would be 8-9-1 due up. That pitch is chopped foul. So in order to set it up for the top of the lineup, the Dolphins would need 2 base runners in this inning.
Well, at some point here, down 4, the bottom of the lineup's going to have to come through in the clutch.
That one's sky foul and out of play. Mockery all season long has been a tough out, but she's only started about half of the home games. More often than not has gotten the start in the back half of each doubleheader, with she and Victoria Whalen splitting the reps out in right field, and Mockery pops out to second. And this is her 3rd at bat of the game, and there are now 2 away.
Now batting, the catcher, number 2, Isabel Gallo.
It's going to bring Isabel Gallo to the plate. Could be with her last at bat here.
Gallo 1 for 2 in the game. This could be Gallo's last at bat as a Dolphin if CSI is unable to make any noise in the 7th. Comes the 1-0. That's fouled straight back. Now it's not easy to start every game. It's even harder to start every game behind the plate, and Gallo has done that for 2 consecutive years. So that's something I wanted to note. Absolutely. If this is her last at bat. And once again, that's chopped right back to the circle. And Gonzalez throws out Gallo for the final out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the 6th. We head to the 7th with Mercy College leading 6-2.
Your car is damaged. Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
An extra extension? Yeah, I can leave one out here for them. We shouldn't need it at baseball. I'll just tell Joe. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Nah, he's up there. Top of the 7th getting started from the CSI softball complex. Mavericks will be looking for some insurance here as Ariana Ricci takes up high for ball 1.
That's a great A, baby!
Ricci is 1 for 3 in the game. Reached on a fielder's choice, singled, and grounded out her 3 at-bats. And the 1-0 is hit softly out to shallow right field, and no Dolphin will get there as Mockery plays it on a hop. With that, Ricci has her second base hit of the game.
Now batting the shortstop, number 3, Maddie Lula.
Apologize for my audio coming in a bit low. I had my microphone up a bit high. Just communicating off headset in between innings. As that pitch finds the zone for a called strike 1 to Maddie Lula. Lula is 1 for 2 in the game. Grounded out, singled her last time up, and I should say singled 2 at-bats ago. Hit a sacrifice fly her last time, and that ball was hit in a very similar spot. Lula now behind in the count here. No balls and 2 strikes. Comes the 0-2. That's down in the dirt. Comes the 1-2. And that is lined right back to Strayer, and she doubles off the runner Ricci over at first. So a very easy 1-3 double play for the Dolphins, make it a 1-1-3. And they are now 2 away.
Great defense there. And I was getting attacked by a B, but excellent play there by the pitcher to catch that and throw it over to first.
Speaking of the B attack, you hate to see it as that pitches in for a called strike 1 to Alexis Crawford. Now, we wouldn't have that problem at the press box in baseball unless the windows are open. Then you never know. One year we had a hornet's nest outside the commentary booth. That was no fun.
You never know what kind of bugs you're going to find inside the press booth as well. Usually just flies.
You always know you will find some. Which species is the surprise? Keeps us on our toes. 0-2 the count on Crawford. And that's off the outside corner. Here comes the 1-2. And that's it out to right center field. And once again, a ball gets down in that same spot for a Mavericks base hit.
So every ball put in play this inning has been hit hard. Unfortunately for Mercy, one was hit a little too hard. They were doubled up.
2 out here in the road 7th. As Cisco looks to bunt, it's a good one, and the throw is not in time.
Another excellent bunt there by the Mavericks. Cisco catching the Dolphins by surprise there with the bunt. A little surprised to see the bunt there. There was already 2 outs, but clearly bunting for a hit.
No doubt about it. And the ball has really come to rest quickly when bunted along that third base line. The ball not rolling much along the infield dirt. And that's blooped on the infield, and Acosta tracks it and makes the catch as She's all smiles, jogging off the field. Mavericks strand a pair in the top half of the 7th, and the Dolphins will come to bat down to their final 3 outs, trailing 6-2.
You Know 'Em Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know 'Em Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know 'Em Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know 'Em Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know 'Em Right.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. Bottom half of the 7th inning gets underway with a swing and miss by Mariah Carcano. Dolphins trailing by 4 runs as we just received word that we have the green light for a baseball broadcast, and it's going to be a special one, as I will be joined on the call by both Nick Durst and Andrew Rotundo. Nick will be reporting via microphone. Now, I'm not sure how we'll get him our audio, but we'll figure out the logistics once we get there.
And you'll also have Louis Matrone contributing as well. He's not going to be the official scorer, but he'll give his opinion on the official scoring.
Should be a fun time over at baseball, as we've been told they're about 15 minutes away from getting started now. We don't get over there if the Dolphins force extra innings. So if you're a fan of CSI, hope the Dolphins win, and you'll get a 3rd game of coverage. I don't think we've ever had that, Nick.
Triple header. We've had it for basketball with the alumni games, but that's about it.
Well, we've had baseball triple headers before, but we've never covered 4 Dolphins games, or 3 Dolphins games, I should say. Jessica Carrion is the batter after Carcano reaches on the leadoff base hit. And Carrion's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Carrion's 0 for 2 at the plate in this game. Has struck out and grounded out in 2 at-bats. Dolphins need 2 more base runners to bring the tying run to the plate. And the 0-2 is slapped foul once again.
Looking over now at our PA. He has a huge smile on his face. He's very much looking forward to broadcasting the baseball game.
He just found out he gets to call a game today. He's very happy. The cart has arrived, so as soon as we wrap up here, we'll load up the cart, take the broadcast up the hill.
John Jay getting ready to come on the softball field next for their own games. The question is, who's driving the cart?
I am.
Okay, do you have the keys?
I would hope that the man who drove the cart down here leaves the keys for me.
Looks like he took off. Maybe the keys are in the car.
They should be. As Carrion fights off another one foul, the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Dolphins left fielder. Jackie Caterage stands in the on-deck circle. Comes the 1-2, and that's it out to left, but playing shallow was Cisco, and she makes the catch.
Always a good idea to play those lefty hitters in left field. Because most of the time they're not going to go the other way unless they're late on something, and that tends to lead to a pop-up to left. But not to be lost in all this here. You know, the Dolphins 8 hits in this game, Versi 11. Mercy looks like they're going to win this one 6-2, but tremendous career for all the seniors here for the Dolphins, and
that could be a capper on a tremendous career for Cateridge, who sends one off the wall. And Nick, you may have spoke too soon as Carcano comes in with the third Dolphins run. And with that, CSI will bring the tying run to the plate.
Well, what am I known for,
one
Joe?
batter away, one batter away.
I'm known for the reverse jinx.
You are known for that.
But what I was going to say is, even if they lose this game, it's still going to be a senior day to remember, especially for McPherson, who had the huge walk-off hit in Game 1.
Well, that was my error. The Dolphins one batter away from bringing the tying run to the plate. I had it right before. They needed 2 more base runners. They have 1. So Anissa Acosta, who if not for the wind would have hit a walk-off home run in Game 1, comes to the plate. Samantha McPherson represents the tying run in the on-deck circle, and Acosta is quickly behind 0-2.
And Joe, I don't think at this point you'd want a home run, because then it would kind of just end the momentum. Got to start over again from scratch. Nice single or double here really keeps the train moving.
So you are a believer in the home run as a rally killer.
In this situation, I think it would be, because then McPherson's going to have to get up with nobody on, and I think at this moment here, you want to kind of keep the train moving.
I completely agree with you. I think the home run is a rally killer in this spot. Comes the 1-2, and that's chopped toward the middle, and it gets by the diving Lula and into center field. Throw goes to third. There's no one there to back it up, but it's off the fence, and Cateridge will hold it third. However, with that throw getting away, Acosta moves up to second, and the Dolphins will now bring the tying run to the plate.
Here is where you want the home run, Joe. How would you say the chances are here of McPherson going deep? What's her power numbers like?
She has 2 home runs on the year, but I think the Dolphins will happily take a gapper in this spot.
No wind blowing right now. You see the flag, it's still out left field.
McPherson heading the count, 1 ball, no strikes. She's 1 for 3 in the game. Had a base hit her last time up. 1 big swing could tie it for CSI. And that pitch misses low for ball 2. Now first base is open, but the Mavericks don't want to walk the tying run on base, so McPherson should get something to hit here. And she chops one on the ground to short. Lula waits for it, and her throw to first is in time.
Good job there to look the runner back. Get the play at first. Dolphins now down to their last out, trailing 6-3 here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th with runners on second and third.
That will bring Liz Moore to the plate. She comes to bat as the tying run, and that is lined into center field for a base hit, and it gets by the center fielder Puglia. That rolls all the way to the fence. Moore is headed for third. 2 runs are in to score, and it's an RBI single for Liz Moore, who now stands over at third base as the tying run.
6-5 now. Unbelievable there. That's certainly an error there on the center fielder.
That is a brutal error for the Mavericks, who would have had at least 1 or 2 more chances to get the third out. Likely 2 more chances, unless the Dolphins came through with an extra base hit. Now a base hit certainly ties the game for CSI, as they now trail at 6-5. Now, Nick, would you give 1 RBI or 2 on that? Do you think they were sending the runner?
I would say 1. I think the second runner only scored because of the pass ball.
All right. So it's an error on the center fielder, Puglia, that allowed Moore to advance 2 bases. And an extra run to score from third. And now Layla Aponte comes to the plate with a chance to tie the score.
Layla just took a deep breath before stepping in the plate. This is one of the biggest at-bats of the season for her.
And that's grounded toward third. Bowman handles the tough hop, and the throw to first is in time to retire Aponte, and the ball game is over. What an effort by the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 7th as they come 1 run short of completing the comeback after coming from behind in Game 1 to win it in walk-off fashion. The Dolphins fall 6-5 here in Game 2. So, as I mentioned before, we have a baseball broadcast to get started, so it will be a very abbreviated post-game for Nick and I. But Nick, for one final time today, we want to recognize CSI's 5 seniors who all played a role either in Game 1 or Game 2. Nicole Rivera got the start in Game 1. Isabel Gallo made it a start in every game she has played as a Dolphin. She started all 57 possible games that she's played in over her 2 years with CSI. Cateridge with a few base hits today. McPherson had a couple of base hits today. Claudia Porcaro also got 2 at-bats during the games today. Came up in a couple of big spots with runners on base. And for the Dolphins seniors, a very fitting send-off. Of course, you'd love to see a walk-off win if you're a fan of CSI, but it was a very entertaining day of softball.
Absolutely thrilling finish there to end Game 2, but Game 1, Dolphins get the win with a walk-off hit by the senior McPherson. So certainly a senior day to remember for this graduating class.
And with that, we will sign off from the CSI softball complex for the final time this year. The Dolphins take Game 1 by a single run. They win that one 5-4. They fall in Game 2 by a final score of 6-5. In just a few minutes, Nick, Andrew, and I head up the hill to call CSI Dolphins baseball Game 2 against the University of Bridgeport. You can tune into that right here on the ECC Network. And until then, thanks for watching.